Yes, I can. Yes, I can. All right.
Check, mic check, 1, 2. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2025 SportPesa National 7th Circuit. My name is Ochieng Steven, ready to take you through this live stream. And fasting fast, I'm not alone.
It's
I'm joined by Kenya 7th, former Kenya 7th,
seizing every opportunity that
former Kenya
comes your
7th
way.
international, former Kenya
While
15th
they're
international.
It's not just about taking
ready to
risks.
tell us Mazigizaga.
Ni kuturn challenges into triumphs.
So we're coming into 2025. Kenya had defended their 12-year drought last year after winning the overall title. Fasting fast. What did you make of the series last year?
And defying the odds.
The series was very good.
Meet some of our incredible winners who dared to dream big and turn their bold bets into extraordinary wins. These are real people who took on the big challenge and came out on top. Their stories remind us that as SportPesa, we are made of winners. Na sisi ni factory ya mamillionaire. With every bet, unakaribia the big mega seat. So, uko ready to beat the odds hii season? Enda pale ke.sportpesa.com. Uko the next mega millionaire. Karibu SportPesa. Beat the odds. Shinda sasa.
Whatever that we were feeling wakati tulikuwa tunaandika, wakati producer anashikilia zile keyboard, na adrenaline fulani inakama, una feel tu I'm supporting the right thing.
then Chairman Dr. Shabana, I never knew it was going to be so big. My main point was to help those players, the young players.
So ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2025 edition of the SportPesa National 7 Circuit. Of course, brought to you by leading online gaming firm SportPesa, who came through with a 15 million title sponsorship to take the 2025 edition of the 7th Circuit. So we are making the first of 6 outings that will be taking place in 2025, and I'm not alone. My name is Ocheng Steven, and I'm joined by seasoned Kenyan international Jacob Oje, who's played for the Kenya 7s, who's played for the Kenya 15s, and just to say who's played everything basically. He's also been at KCB, still at KCB, OJ, still at KCB. How are you feeling, OJ?
How are you feeling? We're having a good tournament today. Hopefully we're going to have a good tournament today. I'm feeling very optimistic about my team's chances. We are here to remedy the mistakes we made last year.
Karibu sana. First things first, we're coming to the 2025 season. We're coming to the 2025 Queen overall champions, ending their 12-year drought last year. KCB doing not so well, finishing in third position. What did you make of the 2024 SportPesa 7 circuit?
It's a very competitive circuit. Queens are deserved winners for being consistent and grinding through the whole season. It was a 3-race horse, 4 races at some point, so it was very competitive. And that's what you can ask for from the Kenya Rugby fraternity. Make the tournaments competitive, all the teams stepping up, and that's the only way we can achieve greatness as a Rugby nation and build each other. But Kenya Harlequins stood out last year, and last year.
As someone who was there in the series, being with KCB, I think you won being with KCB. Was it Christie's Kabeberi 7s you won, and you were always in the running. Just always being a part, first of all, from a player's perspective. What does it mean to prepare for a 7th circuit, and what are the demands for a 7th circuit, and what are the demands
7 is very demanding. 7 is a preparation of almost 2 to 3 months of preparation. It's a very high intensity game. It's a game that you snooze and lose, just like we did last year. And it's a game of chance. You wake up well, you win the game. You wake up a bit, you win the game. So the preparation bit is usually the hardest part. The games and the tournaments are the easiest part. The games and the tournament, the most prepared side, and always takes the day side. I usually use this term. There's no shortcut. There's no shortcut. Even if you're not going to prepare well, even if you're not going to win, you're going to give a good account of
just as we finish, OJ, maybe just what are the teams to look out for in the 2025 edition?
Any team that finished in the top 5 last year is definitely gunning for this year's trophy. So there's Kenya Harlequins, KCB, Cabras, but all the Oilers. But all the younger teams and the varsity sides have become a force in the recent past in Kenya Rugby. So all the varsity sides definitely are to look out for, and we're looking forward to a very good circuit this year.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you've heard it from seasoned Kenyan international Jacob Oje, and the 2025 SportPesa 7 circuit is already underway. Mwamba, under the stewardship of seasoned Lavin Asego, started their tournament not on a such good note, losing 14-10 against Masinde Muliro, and the action is actually continuing right now behind me. So let's see who will be in the first outing of the 2025 SportPesa 7 circuit.
A very warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Mombasa Sports Club, the venue of the 2025 SportPesa National 7 Circuit kickoff games. This is the third game of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Catholic Monks taking on Impala RFC. Impala RFC with a scrum. Gideon Makumi looking to feed the scrum. Gideon Makumi to Matoka attacking, looking for the opening score, looking for the opening try, and the ball goes dead in goal. An opportunity gone begging there for Impala RFC. A grabber kick by a grabber kick. That's a scrum for Catholic Monks. The Monks feeding the scrum. Looking to attack from deep in their own half. show and go, but strong defense there on the outside channels there by Impala RFC. Matoka, and a knock on there. And the referee was playing an advantage. Quick tap there by the Queer Monks. Passed out wide to the guys with the wheels on the outside channels. Ball is loose. Impala with the possession. Gideon Makumi. Makumi on the attack. Taking 1, 2, 3 Queer players. A hint of an overlap on the outside channels. But good defensive work there by Queer Monks as Makia goes into contact. Makumi. Quinto loses the ball forward. That's a scrum to the Catholic Monks. It's the first half, ladies and gentlemen. 3 minutes gone. Both teams looking to settle down the nerves. Catholic Monks, however, defending deep in their own half. Ball fed in. Queer. Nyambok looking for his center. And he gets his center. Mulinge recycles the ball into the midfield. Catholic Monks with a break. A line break, ladies and gentlemen. Looking to draw fast blood in this game. Going down the blind side once again. A big carry there and a line break for the Catholic Monks. And a big defensive effort there by the Impala. But nothing denies Catholic Monks who go over for the opening try. Catholic Monks 5. Impala RFC 0. Catholic Monks defending from deep and earning their first try, and the score is converted. An extra 2 points courtesy of Brian Nyamboki's boot. Bring the scores to Catholic Monks 7. Impala RFC 0. A very warm welcome if you're just joining us. Welcome to the SportPesa National 7th Circuit. The opening fixture of this year's National 7th Circuit is right here at the Mombasa Sports Club.
Thank you, 3. Number 2 to receive. Number 2.
Impala looking for touch and not finding touch there. Makia recycling the ball for Impala. However, Hassan Wambani and company have robbed Impala of possession. Queer. Mulinge. Ubwanga to Hassan Wambani. Hassan Wambani, ladies and gentlemen, has wheels for days as he jogs to the try line for the second try for Catholic Monks. Being dry July, and he celebrates with his teammates. That is Hassan Wambani, ladies and gentlemen, going over for the second try for Queer Monks. Just a simple pass on the outside channel, sucking in the defenders, and open wide space for Hassan. He is no visitor to the try line, And there you have it. Goes over 4. He's first of the tournament, and a great conversion from out wide. As the referee signals for halftime, a halftime score, Catholic Monks 10, Impala 0. All right, second half. Kicking us off is the Catholic Monks with a 10-0 lead going in halftime. Impala fielding the restart. Taking contact. Quinto Ongo at the base of that track. Gideon Makumi, referee playing an advantage for offside, and referee towards Impala penalty. Gideon Makumi with a quick tap, passing it out wide. Once again, looking to take Impala forward. No scrum off. Finally, they ship out the ball from the ruck area, and the ball is lost forward. It's an opportunity gone begging for Impala, but an opportunity nonetheless for the Catholic Monks, who have a 2-try lead in this game. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is the third game of match day 1. Impala taking on the Catholic Monks. After this, we'll have Kabras Sugar taking on Nakuru RFC. What promises to be a great encounter. Thank you so much for tuning in. And a big shout out to our sponsor, SportPesa, who's made it possible to have the official live stream from the Mombasa Sports Club. Thank you so much, SportPesa, for coming through for the Rugby 7th in the country, as Nyambok and Mulinga combine for what looks to be a great try. Yes, try time. Quer. That was a beautiful interchange of passes between Brian Nyambok and Dennis Mulinga on the outside channels. There you have it, Nyambok taking 1, 2, 3, and a big fend on Matoka. And diving over is Dennis Mulinga for that picture-perfect shot by our camera crew. Celebration coming through, and that is Square 15, Impala 0. Well, remember, this is the opening round of the National 7th Circuit, so many of these players are dusting off their boots, just trying to have that memory refresher from the 7s they played last season. Having played the 15-a-side version of the game for the last couple of weeks or months, time now to play the shorter version. 2 balls on the pitch, and the referee has to call back play. As I was saying, the boys and the girls who are taking part in the National 7 Circuit this year are currently just sharpening their skills. As Brian Yambok's restart is one that is long, high, sort of tickling the clouds, but the ball didn't go the required 10 meters. The free kick awarded to Impala. Impala with an opportunity to score the first try, their first try, and probably get some points on the scoreboard. Impala Amon Bombok, big Amon Bombok. Kenyari on the base of that rack. In the midfield, ladies and gentlemen, Impala probing for space, looking for Jerome Mikisi, well tackled on the outside channels there, and they lose the ball forward. Uncharacteristic mistakes, once again costing Impala possession. Really need to make sure that they sort out these small mistakes, these small errors, for them to mount a comeback. They're soon losing time. 2 minutes in, remain in the second half. Quer with the ball. Hassan. Yambok. Well apprehended in their own 22. Hint of a knock on there. Referee allows play to continue. Hassan passing it out to the outside channels. Big carry there. Setting the rack. Looking for a platform to attack once again. Deep from their own half. Yambok dancing feet. A very tough customer to handle. Quer with a line break. Quinto Ongo with a big carry there and a massive clear out. But the ball goes backwards. Passed out wide, ladies and gentlemen. Getting the ball is none other than number 14. They lose it forward. Philip Walukana. Impala lose the ball forward once again. It has been the story for the Impala side. Just allowed Quer an opportunity to clear their lines as substitutes make their way onto the pitch. Going in is Kalista Simiyu for Impala. And Patrick Vieri went in for the Quer Monks. Coming out for Impala, ladies and gentlemen, we have Amon Bombok, and coming out for the Quer Monks is Samuel Owino. Quinto finding his outside man, Jerome Mikisi, well apprehended, and that is a maul. Impala have to use it or lose it. Ball is channeled back. Quinto tackle. An open side to play with. Wide land to use, and they lose it forward once again. The story for Impala, Jerome Mikisi with a handling error, handing the ball back to the Catholic Monks, who look to clear their lines or attack from deep. In goes Elias Onyango and Duke Monda for the Catholic Monks. Out comes Hassan Wambani and Dennis Mulinge. Having combined to devastation, the two leave the pitch. A try each for Dennis Mulinge and Hassan Wambani. Offside there. Mboki taps and kicks it out, and that is full time. The Catholic Monks claiming a big scalp. Full-time scores, Square 15, Impala RFC 0. Now that was an interesting game, very, very cagey game, full of uncharacteristic errors, especially to the Impala RFC side, who fall on the first hurdle. Convincing win there for the Catholic Monks. And of course, an opportunity for more games coming on later. The next game, ladies and gentlemen, will be Kabras Sugar taking on Nakuru RFC. Two teams, as you can see, making their way onto the pitch. Nakuru led by Christie Juang, co-captain of the Rugby Africa Sevens games, all played in Mauritius, looking to represent his home side team, Nakuru RFC. In your picture there, you can see the two sides huddling, pretty much rituals, and just getting ready for action. Sit back, relax, and enjoy. This is the SportPesa National 7 Circuit. My name is Walter Orangi. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll be taking you through the next couple of days of nothing but exhilarating rugby. Many thanks for Live Eye for making sure that this game is broadcasted and beamed across the globe. Many of you seated at home enjoying your Saturday morning. And kicking us off in this one is Siketi. Siketi opting to go the opposite direction. Once again, a high kick. Doesn't travel 10. Offers an opportunity for Nakuru RFC to tap and go. Felix receives the ball. Big, tall Felix. Nakuru is testing. Pass back into the midfield. Javan. Chris looking for a line break. Kevin Wekesa looking for that counterattack opportunity. A grab, a chase, looking for the outside man. And a beautiful grab there by Cabras. Back at home to make sure that that ball does not make it to their try line. And now time for a counter-attack. Jackson Siketi. Siketi looking to set a platform for the attack. Testing the blind side is Lamek Ambeta. Brian Mutua. Kevin Wekesa, ladies and gentlemen, known as Yoko, the big man, fresh from representing in the Indian Rugby Premiership. Full of confidence, of course, representing the Kenya Sevens. Shujaa side, Sketi on the outside. Probing and attacking, just looking to build up the faces, looking to suck defenders into the unknowns. Big Wekesa taken care of there. Slow ball coming through. Ambetsa dummies, but Nakuru decline to allow Cabras a scoring opportunity. Brian Mutua looking to take the ball forward. Sketi is well tackled there by Felo, but the referee says that Felix's hands were on the ground. He went off his feet, and that is a penalty to Cabras. Time to see what Cabras opt to do, and they opt to go for a scrum, a midfield scrum. That means it has an opportunity to attack on both sides. Referee stops time. A center referee is Joseph Mumo. A stoppage there. Bit of in-house handling there by the center referee. Looking for clarity. Color clash for the jerseys. That means the referees have to handle that. It's an opportunity for you to take a water break back at home. Stay hydrated. You're just getting started. Long sevens weekend coming your way. As we look at Nakuru FC, who will be hosting next weekend's tournament in Nakuru. That is the Prinsloo Sevens. Testing.
We'd like to appreciate our sponsors, Blue Limited, our outdoor advertising partner, Unilever, our grooming partner, Total Energy, our energy partner, Amara, our grooming partner, Unda Media Paradise, our nutrition partner, Quality Juice, our nutrition partner, Friendship Security, our security partner, Peace Bank, our banking partners, AAR Healthcare, our medical partners, Radio Africa, our mainstream media partner, Mombasa Sports Club, our host, partner, Holy Limited, our tournament and season partner.
Try time, Cabras. The opening score goes to Lame Kambeta, who races clear to get the opening try for the reigning Kenya Cup champions, and of course, Lame Kambeta, who plies it straight with the Kenya Shujaa. Conversion from out wide is unsuccessful. Once again, I guess the kit clash has brought quite a problem right here. Seems like Kabras and Nakuru will have to sort this kit issue out before the game continues. That is as per the tournament director. Remember, the local National 7 circuit is a mirror of the World Rugby 7 series. The look, the feel, it should be that professional feel. And of course, with the color clash, referees are having a problem. The TV production crew is also struggling. However, the match officials have decided that this game will have to come to a stop up until the kit is sorted out. Where? Action resumes. Kabras Sugar now in the white and black shorts. If you're just joining us, you could actually mistake them for the Stallions, the Kabeberi Stallions, but that is Kabras Sugar and that is Jackson Siketi looking to kick us off once again. Kicks long this time, travels the required 10 meters. Ball is juggled in the air but eventually lost forward by Nakuru in the air. It's a very, very unlucky call there. Thought the ball eventually came off Cabras. Roy Maruti feeds the scrum. Comes round. Basiketi knocks the ball forward. Too much. Scrum feed there by Javan Okoth of Nakuru. Comes round. Hilary Salano there to append. Passing it to Chris Ojuang. Felix with the scrum of duty. Goes to Matiko Victor. Mbaso Cyprian. Felix looking for the grabber kick. Roy Maruti at home to make sure that he feels that right. Isolated, but comes round and meets Lame Kambetsa. Lame Kambetsa just dancing through the defense there. Well apprehended by Felix. Felix and company stopping Cabras from deep in their own half. Jackson Siketi. Siketi to Wekesa. Wekesa, who's a big rampaging carrier. And he loses his feet. Channels once that ball is fed into the scrum. Classic sevens play. Time for that defender to make that 1v1 tackle, or that attacker to beat that defender 1v1. And eventually that substitution has to be made as the center referee signals Victor Matiko is down on his feet. In goes Derek Sore. He's going to be replacing Victor Matiko. Roy Maruti with ball in hand as the hooter sounds for halftime. An opportunity to attack before the break. Siketa takes and just changes the direction one step inside, and he goes under the posts and hands the ball back to Maruti, ladies and gentlemen, building up the passion and the numbers for his scrum off. Conversion is successful. You can give credit to Jackson Siketi as halftime score signals Kabras Sugar 19, Kabras FC 0. Well, second half about to kick off. Nakuru looking to kick off the second half. Hopefully get some scores on the scoreboard in the second half for the Nakuru side. Ball is kicked, it travels the required 10 meters, well taken there by Jackson Siketi. Matua to Maruti to Wekesa. Wekesa now playing through the middle. Line break there for Cabras and Roy Maruti on the outside channels, feeding off what was a rampaging run there by Kevin Wekesa. And that is try time, Cabras. Nakuru just sliced open there. Simple change of direction by Kevin Wekesa, and a line break ensued, and Roy Maruti running the support lines, feeding off that and earning yet another try for Kabras Sugar. Kabras Sugar 26, Nakuru FC 0. What an opening game for there. That is Roy Maruti with a 5-star performance in this game for Kabras Sugar, scoring literally all the points in the second half. Ball is lost backwards by Nakuru. Nakuru looking to score their first as Javan challenges, shows, goes. Nakuru. Nakuru battling in their own half. Big tackle there. Jackler off his feet. Brian Mutua making that massive tackle on the outside channels. Derek, sorry. Coming back. Chris Ojuang looking to carry his side forward like the captain he is. Big counter coming through there for Cabras. Hilary Solano and Ambetsa Lamek doubling up on Felix. Sorry. In the midfield. Kabras Sugar making it hard for Nakuru FC to play. Chris Ojuang takes the ball forward. First time in the second half, Nakuru in the Kabras Sugar half. Wide pass there to Felix. Felix loses the ball forward. Brian Mutua made sure that in the meantime, Kabras Sugar making a couple of changes. In goes Lukusi, Michael, and none other than Eric Cantona. Going off is Roy Maruti and Hilary Solano. The two have given a good account of themselves in this opening game. Lukusi feeding the scrum. But the young man from Koyonzo. Kabras Sugar literally littered with high school champions from the Western region. Jackson Siketi, one of them, goes, passes it inwards to Lukusi, who looks to have been tripped there. Referee playing an advantage. Ambetsa to Mutua. Mwanji comes on and takes on the Nakuru defensive line. Brian goes down the blind side. A big bump off there. Well-conditioned Brian Mutua. Mwanji to Sketi. Sketi cuts back against the grain. Wekesa looking for that gap to run through, but the gap is through the man. And that is a big carry there. Brave defensive effort there by Nakuru FC. Mwanji in the midfield. Passing it to Lukusi. Lukusi scanning, steps, jumps, shows, and definitely goes. A great defensive effort there by Nakuru FC. What a jackal, what a turnover for Nakuru FC. That was a sure try there by Mike Lukusi. But Nakuru FC repelling that attack. A great display of Sevens rugby there. Tackle, release, jackal. When all seemed lost for Nakuru, they came through with that response. As we count down the second half, 2 minutes to go. Brian Mutua comes off. Kevin Wekesa also makes his way off the pitch. Nakuru. Nakuru still looking for that opening score. Referee playing an advantage, no clear release. Opting to go for touch. Looking to play the line out in the Cabras half. And the referee, the assistant referee, is stuck in the middle of the pitch, splitting the two. It's a yellow card for Kabras Sugar. Mike Lukusi sent to the bin. There you have it. Beautiful pictures there as Javan Okoth looks to attack quickly. A quick tap there. The player sent to the bin, tackled the player, not 10 meters. And that is a yellow card offense. And in the sin bin is Mike Lukusi. Nakuru looking to take advantage of that one-man advantage, and they opt to go for a scrum. A hint of an overlap on the outside channels. Remember, Cabras opt not to have a scrum half. That means free play there for the number 9 who comes round. Kick and chase. Ball goes dead in goal, and with the hooter sounding, the referee obliges and signals the end of that game. Full-time scores: Kabras Sugar 26, Nakuru RFC 0. Great openings.
Rugby versus non-script RFC.
Haya basi. Wenyeji washaingia ndani, je, mko tayari?
The next two teams. Time now for the hosts. Our host, Mombasa Sports Club rugby team, looking to take on the boys from Ngong Road and Nondes RFC. Nondes RFC, fresh from hosting the Rough and Tough tournament at their home ground. There goes Tony Fiddens with the kickoff. The ball travels 10 and goes into touch in the Mombasa RFC's half. And the referee there signals that the ball belongs. The line-out feed will be to Nondes. Ronnie Omondi feeding the line-out. Referee playing an advantage for offside. Tony Fiddens to Calvin Sheunda looking for his gas man on the outside, Moseti Nyaenya. Moseti Nyaenya is well apprehended and bundled into touch. Mombasa with the first and realistic chance with ball in hand. Kevin Chege will be feeding the line out. Well taken there by Mombasa. Shipped to the midfield. Looking for their gas man on the outside channels. But Nondes strong on the defense. Mombasa looking to pierce through the middle. Mombasa go down the blind. and opt to play away from their own half, but was kicked inside the 22. That means the ball belongs to Nondes, just right outside the 22-yard area. Ronnie Omondi once again looking to get Nondes going. Well taken there, knocked backwards, then knocked forwards. Referee allows play to continue. A big carry through the midfield. And an open side with numbers to attack. Moseti Nyaenya on the outside channels. Moseti Nyaenya tackled and loses the ball. Mombasa survived that attack. And a beautiful offload there by Mombasa Sports Club. Fighting their way from their own half. Shifting the ball, changing the point of attack. Asking Nondes quite a number of questions to answer. Tackled into touch. Tackler didn't release. Mombasa quickly go. Coming back once again. Showing, piercing, and adding a break. But Ronnie Omondi and company remained resolute on defense. Amaita brushed off. Counter coming through for Nondes. Mombasa stays strong. They keep asking the questions. Nondes keep coming up with the answers. Ball is stolen once again. Fidens. But once again, Calvin Shionda to Ronnie. Ronnie finding Amaita. Amaita is well apprehended there by Mombasa. Mombasa putting up a fight. Fred Shisia to Moseti Nyaenya. Kick and chase. And a player is tackled into touch without the ball. And a decision to be made here by the referee. A decision to be made here by the referee. You can see Moseti kicked the ball and eventually was tackled without the ball as the ball went into touch. Not sure what the referee has made a decision there, and that's a yellow card awarded to Mombasa FC, tackling the player without the ball. And the player sent to the bin is none other than Hilary Munga. Nondes now opt to go for a scrum down. They'll be isolating the defenders 1v1 on the outside channels. Ronnie Omondi with ball in hand, looking to feed the scrum, come out round and then attack the open side. Ronnie taps and goes. Passing it out wide. And that one-man advantage, ladies and gentlemen, comes to the fore. It is try time, Nondes. Nondes go over for the opening try of this game. That is Moseti Nyaenya. Moseti Nyaenya going over for the opening try for Nondes. And Tony Fidens looking to convert to add the extra 2 points on the scoreboard for Nondes. That's a beautiful conversion there in your picture there as the ball was shifted to the outside channels. Just a simple catch pass. And that identified the extra man on the outside for Moseti Nyaenya to go over for the opening try. Nondes 7, Mombasa Sports Club 0. Tony Fidens looking to restart. Tony rises. Mombasa Sports Club rumbling through. Newton Malenya passing it out wide to Nashon Mwangemi. Nashon Mwangemi setting the platform there. Chege passing it to Colin Samayo. As Newton Malenya is well apprehended. Chege Chege to Ezra Mumbo. Ezra Mumbo with a hint of a break. Chege to Buluma. But Buluma loses the ball, and it's time now for Nondes to turn defense into attack. Calvin Sheunda. Ronnie opts to come back through the middle. That is Fidens to Maita to Moseti Nyaenya to Fred Shisia. Moseti, Fidens. Sheunda finding big forward on the outside. Nyaenya, Shisia to Amaita. 2v1 and a big carry, big bump off there by Nondes. And a turnover for Mombasa RFC. Mombasa Sports Club, ladies and gentlemen, remain resolute. Even after that big carry through. Brian Amaita. And Mombasa opt to kick the ball into touch. Opting to take that 7-point deficit into halftime. The halftime score, Nondes 7. Mombasa Sports Club 0. All right.
Total Energy, our tournament energy partner, Unilever, our tournament grooming partner, Local Limited, our outdoor advertising partner, Listen Media, our advertising and marketing partner. A big thank you to you all.
An interesting shot there. Springbok, Samoa, and Tonga. Fans in the house. Second half of what has been a cagey first half. 7-point difference between Nondes and Mombasa Sports Club. Shege kicking us off, looking for a high wristed that probably travels 10 meters, but that doesn't meet the requirements, and the referee will be awarding a free kick to Nondes. Would have been a perfect opportunity to call for a scrum, but having changed the rules, the World Rugby looking to make sure that the game is sped up. Calvin Sheunda receives what is a pass from a bullet pass, but the ball is lost forward. Good attacking move there, but wrong execution by Nondes. Chege fills the scrum, comes out. A wide pass allows Nondes. A long pass to Malenya. Malenya with a line break. Remember, Mombasa Sports Club, our hosts, must be fan favorites. And that is a turnover for Nondes. Malenya opting to not attempt a tackle there. Ronnie looking for his support play. And there you have it. Nyaenya Mosetti with his second. Try time, Nondes. Mosetti going over for his second. Fidden Stoney looking to convert. And once again, Fiddens with a beautiful conversion. You can see that try came out of Ronnie, just scurrying and looking around and getting Nyaenya Mosetti, who was willing and ready. Staying alive, ladies and gentlemen, supporting the play from Ronnie and earning his second. They say you only get what you deserve, and he got what he deserved. Nyaenya Mosetti got a try for Nondes. Great restart there. The ball travels 10, but well taken in the air by MSC. Ezra Mumbo passing it to Chege to his flyer, Hilary Munga. Hilary Munga looking to atone for his first half sin bin. Mombasa Sports Club. Flick back, but Nondes defending well. Hilary Baraza being attacked once again. Hilary coming down that. No clear release there, no clear release. Referee allows play to continue. Hilary, big man Dames. Sheunda passing it to the midfield. Nondes on the outside looking for Tony Fiddens. Tony Fiddens isolated. Ball is open, but the player was offside. Shisi attacks, goes, throws the defensive effort away. And there goes Tony Fiddens. 1v1, but well apprehended. Passing the ball backwards, looking for his teammates. He loses the ball forward. An opportunity there to clear from their own half as the cavalry arrives for Nondes. Daniel Okito makes his way onto the pitch. Brian Kadenge makes his way onto the pitch. And Rogers Omanyi following through. Coming off for Nondes, we have Tony Fiddens. Nyaenya Mosetti. That would make. And of course, Hilary Baraza. Nondes on the attack. That is Ronnie being a menace. And a high tackle there as the referee signals for a try. That is try time, Nondes. Player was tackled high, but however, he scores the try. Mombasa with the changes. Elias Obuyu goes in as Nondes. John Mark Awiti makes his debut. Conversion from out wide by Calvin Sheunda's left foot is unsuccessful. That is Nondes. 19. Mombasa Sports Club 0. Coming up next is Daystar Falcons taking on, I guess, KCB. That is Patrick Odongo against Vincent Onyala and friends. Don't you dare go away. Don't you move a muscle, because this is the SportPesa National 7th Circuit, the opening fixture of this year's tournament. Mombasa Sports Club, our hosts, looking to entertain the fans, the local fans, and of course the traveling fans who've made their way to Mombasa County, Mombasa City. Kick and chase there by Mombasa, opting to do things differently. Kick chase, and they steal the ball. An opportunity for Mombasa RFC to register at least a try on the scoreboard as the hooter sounds. MSC's opportunity. Losing the ball, but the referee is playing an advantage. And he'll be pulling that advantage to the mark where he is. That is an offside advantage. MSC. What a loss there, an advantage being played there for Nondes. Nondes looking to attack from their own half. Daniel Okito. Okito feeding Calvin Cheunda. Calvin Cheunda losing the ball forward. Tired looking Calvin Cheunda. Mombasa. And there you have it. Mombasa lose the opportunity to score a try. Here you see the last attacking opportunity there, trying to offload from the floor, and they lose the ball forward. Full-time scores: Nondes 19, Mombasa Sports Club 0. Coming up next, ladies and gentlemen, we have KCB Rugby taking on the Daystar Falcons. What promises to be a great match, great sevens game. Daystar Falcons huddled. Manuel Opondo in your picture there, getting ready for kickoff. Manuel Opondo with that colored beard. Sporting that colored beard. Okay. Receiving are the Daystar Falcons. Ball is taken there by the Daystar Falcons. An isolation there. KCB smelling blood. Quickly taken there by Austin Sikutua. That's a penalty advantage, not 10 meters. Looking to tap is George Oro. Remember, George Oro has made his move from the Strathmore Leos. And going through, ladies and gentlemen, that is Jenkins Kipruto with a line break. KCB looking to score fast. Austin passing it out wide. to none other than Festus Shiasi. It is try time, KCB. Festus Madi Things Shiasi going over for the opening try for the bunkers. Emmanuel Opondo looking to add the extra 2. Well, just a bit of a question. Now that the king, Jojo Oro, as you see the replay there, Smarty Things isolating Daystar Falcons defense, 1v1 smashing and grounding that ball in the try line. That is 5-0 for KCB. Would you say that now that the king, Jojo Oro, has transferred from Strathmore Leos to KCB, he now becomes the king of the pride? Well, let me know what you think. But an opportunity there for Jojo Oro to represent the bunkers. Co-captain of the National Sevens team. Most definitely will be adding a bit of experience to that KCB lineup. A formidable lineup there in your picture. Vincent Onyala, Elvis Olukusi, George Oro. Daystar Falcons fitting the scrum. Punching above their weight, obviously. Patrick on the outside channels. Well taken care of. They know who Patrick is. A tricky customer. Odongo Okongo, as is famously known across the globe. Daystar. Short ball there. Testing Olukusi and Onyala on the outside channels. Onyala going in for the counteract. Successful in that exploit. Floats the ball back to Elvis Olukusi. Elvis Olukusi well apprehended there by the Daystar Falcons, and a line break. Clear opportunity for the try line. And that is try time, KCB. You can see how they celebrate with Jenkins Kipruto. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a debut score for Jenkins, who goes over to open his tally for the bunkers as the conversion comes through, courtesy of Austin Sikutua. You can see there Vincent Onyala, no wasting time at the base of the rack, goes, picks the ball, catching the Daystar Falcons napping. KCB 12, Daystar Falcons 0. Arista travels the required 10 meters. Ball is lost backwards. Hint of a break there by the Falcons. Opportunity on the open side. Patrick takes the ball into contact and is well apprehended there by the KCB team. The referee is playing an advantage and blows the whistle for penalty, an advantage for being offside. Just wondering why Patrick would be caught in the middle of the pitch there with all the speed that he has. Well, the referee and the coaching there. Show and go there by Eddie Wambugu. But he is taken care of by Jenkins Kipruto. Clinton Amukwachi takes on Sikutua. Big carry there. Coming down the open side once again. Falcons. Nathan Sindoli. Sindoli is tackled, released, and a turnover ensues as KCB hunt for that ball. That is none other than Emmanuel Opondo. A fly half, but also a juggler on his day. You can see the player clearly tackled and released. KCB looking for touch. And finding the touch just halfway. KCB with a line out throw. fitting the line out successfully. Onyala to Festus. Festus tackled. Emmanuel. King Jojo Oro. Opondo. Jenkins. Onyala steps. That wicked inside step. Emmanuel Opondo peaks. Goes. Taster Falcons will be doing so well with covering that base of the rack. And a knock on there. An opportunity for KCB. A dangerous opportunity, a scrum. In the middle part of the pitch. Splitting the defense both sides. On one side you have Austin Sikutu, Emmanuel Opondo. On the other side you have Emmanuel Opondo and Festus Shiasi, will be joined by number 9, Jenkins. Jenkins to Emmanuel. Emmanuel offloads to King George, who knocks the ball forward. An advantage there for KCB and Patrick Odongo, ladies and gentlemen. Patrick, the Jet Shoes. Patrick the Flyer. Broken play, try time. Daystar Falcons. All he needs is that small opportunity, that small gap, ladies and gentlemen. That is Patrick Odongo showing his class, showing his pace, and landing Daystar Falcons' response. As the conversion is unsuccessful, that is the halftime score. Patrick Odongo had a little bit of space, but he took a mile. You can see the facial expression there. Patrick knows he's home and dry. That's a try scorer par excellence. The halftime scores: KCB 12, Daystar Falcons 5. Second half. Kicking us off in this second half. Daystar Falcons are high-wristed. Well taken there by Clinton Amukwachi, but bundled into touch. Referee playing an advantage. Line out not straight, but the referee will be pulling back advantage. Advantage not gained there by the Daystar Falcons. Line out not straight. An option for either a line out or a scrum down. Many on the Daystar Falcon side will be opting for that scrum opportunity. Daystar Falcons feeding the scrum. Ombogo to Patrick. Patrick once again on the outside channels. Patrick, well apprehended there. Sindoli covering the rack, but the ball was open. KCB regained possession. Jenkins to Jojo Oro. Oro passing it, but the ball goes backwards. Referee allows play to continue, and that is a knock-on with the player being offside. But the referee will be awarding a scrum to KCB. Onyala gallops, passing it backwards. Jenkins on the attack. Vincent Onyala. The referee was playing an advantage initially to KCB, but KCB penalized for jumping the tackle. Dangerous play there by KCB. That's a penalty awarded to the Daystar Falcons. Eddie Wambugu finding touch. Duncan Olile coming in for the Daystar Falcons. And making his way off the pitch is Nathan Sindoli. Great line out technique there by the Daystar Falcons. Eddie jumping through the middle part of the pitch and passing it to the on-waiting Austin Sikutua and Patrick Odongo, having none of that. Austin Sikutua thought he had isolated one of the defenders, but Patrick Odongo tackles and earns the turnover for the Daystar Falcons side, showing the growth through playing for the Shujaa team. That is something you'd expect a National Sevens team player to do. Daystar. Eddie coming round, creating an overlap on the outside channels. And there you have it again, Patrick Odongo, ladies and gentlemen, once again. Clean pair of heels. Patrick is not that individual you give a small space. He will take a mile. Try time, Daystar Falcons. Falcons level up the scores. It is the Patrick Odongo show once again. Patrick going over for his second and making sure that they have the simplest of the conversion attempts. Eddie gets the extra 2 points and they take the lead. Daystar Falcons 14, KCB 12. Patrick there in your picture, just running them ragged. Give him an inch and you'll never see him. That is Patrick Odongo, ladies and gentlemen. An attempted Jojo Oro. Floyd Wabwire playing against his former side. Breaks the tackle. And it is try time, KCB. Floyd Wabwire breaking the line, leaving the two defenders on their off their feet, punishing his former employers. Regains the lead for KCB as Jenkins Kipruto looks to add the extra 2 points. And over the bar it goes, KCB 19, Daystar Falcons 14. Beg your pardon, conversion went under the bar. KCB 17, Daystar Falcons 14. Well, that looked like a routine conversion. Hint of a high tackle there. Referee allows play to continue. Ball is knocked forward there. And on hand to receive is Festus Shiasi, who celebrates. It is try July, ladies and gentlemen. Festus Shiasi adding another try for KCB, extending their lead to KCB 22, Daystar Falcons 14. Davis Nyaundi adds the extra 2 points for the bunkers as Victor Odro, the center referee, signals for the end of that one. Full-time scores, KCB 24, Daystar Falcons 14. Well, that is experience that came to the fore there as Festus Shiasi and company got the points in the bag for KCB. An opportunity for KCB. Well taken there. Fresh job. Coming up next, we have the Strathmore Leos running through. The Leos coming up against Kabarak University. That is Leos taking on Kabarak. Kicking us off. Strathmore Leos. Major Lamaita getting the required 10 meters for his side. Elton Amalemba to Brian. Gabriel Aimba. Gabi with a line break, passing it to Victor Mola. Mola to Brian. Amalemba to Barnabas. Barnabas passing it to the outside channels, meeting Samuel Wafula. Wafula takes 2-3 defenders to bring him down. Brian swinging it wide to Gabi. Gabi stops, stares, goes back. Brian steps. Brian steps again. That is Mwendwa Brian. He gets it to the wing and they lose it forward. Nijo taking his eye off the ball, probably thinking about the decision to ground the ball before he caught the ball. Letting Kabarak off the hook. But not a bad place to defend from deep in the Kabarak half. Kabarak opting to go to the boot. A foot race ensues. Ball stays in the field of play and eventually goes into touch. A center referee is Saidi Kenya, taking us through the 14 minutes of this Pool D affair. Brian Mwenda will be feeding the scrum. Awaiting the ball on the outside channel will be Nigel Amaita with his center Elton Amalemba. Well positioned for that open side play. Perfect opportunity for the Leos. Mwendwa, Nijo, Amalemba takes on the defensive line. Tackled. Nijo, Brian, Elton, and company. That was Wafula. Damage shows, takes contact, takes 1, 2, 3, and a hint of a turnover there. And the referee adjudges Kabarak to have been offside. Nijo Damis had an opportunity, 2v1 on the outside, but opted to go into contact. Gabi does the same, steps into contact, steps into the traffic. Barnabas, Brian Mwendwa with his step, classic step, and passing the ball backwards to the captain. Barnabas Owor. Ball is open. Elton Amalemba quick and fast to the ball. Nijo. Elton takes contact, and a counter coming through by Kabarak. Piling the numbers at the breakdown. And coming through the side as the referee signals for a penalty for the Leos. The Leos opt to go for a scrum down. Brian Mwendwa, a scrummer for the Leos. Comes down the blind, passing it out wide to Victor Mola. And the ball goes into touch. Referee not allowing a quick restart. Kabarak feeding the line out. Well taken. Beautiful line out routine there. Remember, Kabarak is coached by Leon Etich, former rugby player at Kisii Rugby Club and of course Nakuru RFC, as the Strathmore Leos are under the tutelage of Willis Foxy Ojal, who's currently supported by former Kenya Sevens and of course Kenya Sevens coach Charlie Kadovilis. Brian Mwendwa Counter coming through there by Kabarak. Ball is open and it's hoofed forward. A foot race there. Mola looking to turn defense into attack. Elton, 2v1. Wafula on the outside channels. Wafula and big Wafula sizing up his opponent and taking him on. Try time. Strathmore Leos. Wafula. Samuel Wafula. Samuel Wafula, ladies and gentlemen, opening the scores for the Strathmore Leos side as we await Brian Mwendo's conversion. And conversion is successful. A beautiful conversion there by Brian Mwendo. And that is halftime. Center referee Saidi Kenya will be signaling the halftime break. You can see there Wafula taking on the last man on the wing. And showing and finally putting the ball on the ground. Celebrating. Try July. Halftime scores. Leos 7. Kabarak University 0. Second half, ladies and gentlemen, Kabarak kicking us off the second half, trailing by a single converted try. Scored by Wafula in the first half and converted by Brian Mwendwa, who rises high. Barnabas takes the ball. Gabi to Mwendwa. Mwendwa takes. And a big clear out there by Strathmore Leos as the ball. Referee double blows his whistle. Assistant referee having a word. Most probably that clearance. That rug, player came off his feet. Player came off his feet and probably could be a penalty. Could be a penalty to Kabarak. That would be a yellow card for a dangerous clearance at the breakdown. That is Wafula. Samuel Wafula scoring, but also having some time in the naughty boy chair. Samuel Wafula, ladies and gentlemen. Play is knocked forward. An opportunity. Gone banging there for Kabarak University, who had an extra man on the pitch. An extra opportunity to exploit the defensive line of the Strathmore Leos, but they kick away possession. Time now to defend that scrum down, having lost the ball forward. Brian Mwendwa feeds the scrum, but shoving And not shoving straight is the penalty. Elton Amalemba. And there goes Victor Mola. Clean pair of heels on the outside channels. Victor Mola. Ladies and gentlemen, Victor Mola. Victor Mola, ladies and gentlemen, going over for the Strathmore second. One man down. Wouldn't hold the Strathmore from attacking from deep. As Victor Mola makes his way to the try line. The conversion is unsuccessful. Strathmore 12. Kabarak 0. Many thanks for joining us. Welcome to the SportPesa National 7th Circuit, ladies and gentlemen. You are not late. This is the opening round of match day 1. This being the penultimate game of the opening round of fixtures. Next game will be the Menengai Oilers taking on Stallions Rugby. We'll then probably have a 10-minute break and then we'll be back with the second round of fixtures. And during that break, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be having a special presentation, a small show called The Hard Tackles, where you get to discuss all matters rugby. Gabi Ayimba, no stranger to the try line. And there you have it, try time, Leos. And the celebration is led by Gabi Ayimba. Gabriel Ayimba. Brian Mwendo gets the extra conversion. Changes made for the Strathmore Leos. Off goes Nijo Lamaita, Brian Mwendwa, and in goes I beg your pardon, that is Airo and Arnold Mwita, aka Escobar. Arnold Mwita, diminutive in figure but big at heart, has been a leader of the Leos and still is. Kickoff, traveling the required 10 meters. And on the pitch also for the Strathmore Leos is Stanislas Shikoli. Arnold passing it to Gabi. Gabi met on the blind side there with a big tackle. And an offload on the outside channels, ladies and gentlemen. That is a hero who steps into touch. Teddy Agutu making that defensive effort. Former Nakuru RFC player, that is Teddy Agutu, now playing straight for Kabarak Uni. Quick line out for Kabarak University. Looking to attack from deep, but the ball wasn't straight, and the referee awards a free kick to the Strathmore Leos. Leos looking to tap and go. Gabi taps, passing it to Barnabas. Barnabas to Shkoli. Shkoli isolating a smaller man and opting to go through the man instead of the space. Elton Amalemba on the outside channels. Well apprehended there by Kabarak University. Victor Mwita. Shkoli. Shkoli is flattened. And that's a turnover. Kabarak earn their reward. Shkoli was isolated, and that offered an opportunity for a jackal. Quick restart there. Victor Mola goes through the man once again and earns another 5-pointer for the Strathmore Leos, bringing the scores to Strathmore Leos 24, Kabarak University 0. Try scorer Victor Mola. Arnold Muita looking to add the extra 2 points. And the conversion is successful from out wide. Strathmore Leos 26, Kabarak University 0. Kickoff, Arnold Muita. The kick travels 10, tapped into touch. And that should be the end of that game. Victor Saidi signals the end of that one. Full-time scores, Leos with the first run out of the day. Full-time scores, Leos 26, Kabarak Uni 0. Coming up next, ladies and gentlemen, is the last game of match day 1, first round of the day. Players currently in the player holding area. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we await the two teams to make their way onto the pitch, remember the return leg of the Legends match between the Nondes Legends and the Uganda Legends will be coming up. That's an opportunity for you to go watch the former greats who still serve this game at heart. It's kickoff time, ladies and gentlemen. Kicking us off are the Stallions. Lawrence Ndungu with a high kickoff. Flying high but not getting the ball is Dennis Abukuse. Lawrence Ndungu passing it to Duncan Shamala. Shamala to Brian Ondieki. Zulik Buyuni looking to test the Menengai Oilers defensive line. That's a dive into the rack. Referee allows play to continue. Frederick Odhiambo takes contact. But he's isolated and a turnover ensues. An uncharacteristic error there. Samuel Mora hurriedly asking Oilers to do things with a different pace. The outside channels there. Oilers attack. And the players bundled into touch. Bundled into touch was Nelson Makoha. Line out for the Stallions. They rise high. Duncan Shamala. tackle there by Zulek Buyuni looking to test. Menengai Oilers on the outside channel. Manuel Shamala coming back again. And there goes Obed. Obed passing it to Zulek Buyuni. Zulek Buyuni who loses the ball forward. And the referee right on hand. That pass needed to go to hand. That pass needed to hit the mark. It was a clear line break there for Zulek Buyuni to the try line. But that's an opportunity gone begging there for the Stallions. An opportunity for Oilers to show us what they're made of. Attacking from their own half. Samuel Maura, the ball in hand, looking to feed the scrum. Solid platform there for the Menengai Oilers. They come down the open side. That is Songi passing it to Makoha. Around the outside channels, ladies and gentlemen, that is the Menengai Oilers looking for their opening try, but once again bundled into touch. Strong defensive effort there. Oilers still having quite a tough task trying to open this Stallions defensive line. Line out is stolen, but the ball goes into touch once again. Knocked forward. The Menengai Oilers opting to go for a scrum down. In the middle there they have Daniel Kipchirchir, Anthony Owino. However, they do have Samuel Maura who knows nothing but how to create tries. And that is try time. Try time, Dennis Abukuse. I beg your pardon. Beg your pardon, that wasn't a try. That's a scrum down awarded to the Stallions. Duncan Chamala feeding the scrum down, coming down the blind and opting to play away from their own try line. That is Daniel. That is Alvin Cavoli, who's well taken care of. Kipchirchir, another tough customer to deal with. Obed scatters, campers, and an overlap. 4 out wide. Attackers waiting for the ball to be fed to them. And there you have it. Second time of asking, Dennis Abukuse. Try time, Menengai Oilers. Surely with an overlap of 4 people on the outside channels, the Menengai Oilers had to land their first try. Failing to score a few seconds or a few minutes earlier, Dennis Abukuse makes amends. Meanwhile, he has a beautiful boot, and that is a shot worth the money. Just simple passing. The ball travels faster than the man, just allowing the ball to do its work on the outside channels. And a quick restart there by Oilers looking to catch Stallions napping. A high tackle, hint of a high tackle, referee playing an advantage. Zulek Buyuni is a really fast individual. Dungud, there goes Obed, isolating Dennis Abukuse on the outside. But Dennis Abukuse staying strong on defense. Freddy, Zulek to Brian. Brian isolates. Shamala Duncan is tackled. Oilers, no clear release. Penalty awarded to the Stallions. Well, something to do for the Stallions would be that one last pass, that confidence build up. That is all that is needed, because they are strong on defense and have been putting his hand up, or their hands up. Prehended there. Fortunaturo takes contact. Atsongi clears the rack. Dennis Abukuse. Bitwale Bwesonga and company. That Kipchirchir, fresh from representing the Kenya under-20, ladies and gentlemen. Passing it to Felix Makoha. I beg your pardon, that's Nelson Makoha. That is a knock-on. And the referee signals for halftime as Nelson Makoha loses the ball forward. The halftime scores: the Menengai Oilers 7, Stallions Rugby 0. Second half coming your way. Abutwale Bosonga looking to kick us off. That's a beautiful 10-meter wristed. Tapped backwards. Sami Mora looking for who has the will to run through. Makoha to Alvin Cavoli. Alvin Cavoli looking for a customer to run through. Ruck is made. Makoha. Arturo Fortune. And with Fortune it is alarm bells ringing. Try time. Menengai Oilers. In goes Fortune Arturo. Fortune Arturo goes over. Conversion is successful by Dennis Abukuse. Bring the scores to the Menengai Oilers 14, Stallions 0. Remember, this game will be signaling the morning round of fixtures in the SportPesa National 7th Circuit. Coming to you live from the Mombasa Sports Club. We'll be having a 10-minute break after this. Remember, we'll be having a show coming your way known as Hard Tackles. We'll be talking about nothing but rugby. Most importantly, definitely, we'll be thanking all our corporate partners. Thank you so much, SportPesa, for coming through massively for this year's National 7th Circuit. Once again, coming through in all categories. That is for the men, Division 2, and of course the ladies' 7th games. There is Cedric Abiniza losing the ball forward. An advantage being played there by the referee, but advantage not taken by the Menengai Oilers. That is a scrum, ladies and gentlemen, for the Menengai Oilers. Yes, as I was saying, SportPesa have come through for women and of course the men's 7th games this year. And remember, these are the games that decide who makes it to the National 7th team. This is where the selection is made. This is where we discover future Patrick Odongos. This is where we discover the future Andrew Amondes as they lose the ball forward. Referee was playing an advantage, pulling the play back. This is where, ladies and gentlemen, you find the future Lawi Buyachis of this world. This is where the Kenya Sevens is made. Thank you so much for joining us. If you're joining us from far and wide, we are live courtesy of SportPesa. As always, SportPesa making it count. Remember to gamble responsibly, but most importantly, the part and parcel of this year's SportPesa National 7th Circuit. On the attack, Abtwali Busonga to Jenkins, taking 1, 2, 3 players in his wake and looking for that try line, losing the ball. Referee awards a penalty. Meanwhile, the Menengai Oilers battling hard. Ball is held up. Referee will be signaling and consulting her assistant. And that is confirmed. The ball was held up in goal. Scrum 5 meters out for the Menengai Oilers. In goes Kipskei, Emmanuel. Off goes Brian. For Stallions, Brian Ondieki makes his way off. A long-time servant of the Stallions rugby, Brian Ondieki. Meanwhile, a player is on the floor, requiring medical attention as the game takes a breather. You can see there the ball is held up. A good, honest battle there at the breakdown as Oilers look to sneak in yet another try, their 3rd of the game. Samuel Maura will be restarting this game with a feed to the scrum. Young man in your picture there, the Stallions' shortest player, that is Lawrence. That is Ronnie Kariuki. One of the young chargers coming through at the Stallions Rugby. Ball is stolen there. Cedric Abiniza passing it to Obed Sore. The referee pulls play back once again. Hint of a scrum not operating as it should. Makoha comes off. Replacing Makoha is Brian Achacha. Sammy Mora feeds the scrum once again. Second time of asking. Swinging the ball to the midfield. Kipchirchir to big wrecking ball. Builder Dogeta. Continuing down the blind as Stallions battle defensively. Sammy. Builder changes gears. Knocks the ball forward. Or is it backwards? Builder. That is Kipske Emmanuel taking on Abukuse. Keegan Clarkson. Passing it to Brian Achacha. Achacha taking 1, 2, 3 defenders. Into an offside there. Kipchirchir. Big, tall, lanky Kipchirchir. Takes on the defensive line. Ball is knocked backwards. Advantage is over, signaled by the referee. Tackle is complete. Turnover good. Knock on. That was a clean turnover, but the ball was knocked forward. That is a scrum advantage to the Menengai Oilers. Changes for the Menengai Oilers. In goes number 6, Calvin Malewa. Coming off is Daniel Kipchirchir, number 7. Another messy scrum there. All comes on the Stallion side. Sammy Mora faces the scrum once again. 50-50 there. Going down the blind side is Keegan Clarkson. Looking for his forwards who've come out of that scrum. Keegan. Sammy to Achacha. Achacha has an option on the outside but opts to go. And it is try time. Menengai Oilers. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Brian Achacha coming through for the Menengai Oilers for their third. Oilers 19, Stallions 0. Achacha. Conversion attempt from out wide is unsuccessful. Dennis Abukuse trying to add the extra 2, and the center referee signals for the end of that. It has been an exhilarating 14 minutes, a comprehensive one for the Menengai Oilers as they take their first win of match day 1. Full-time scores: Menengai Oilers 19, Stallions Rugby 0. Well, we will be looking at a 10-minute break as we see a full-time score of that match. The Menengai Oilers taking that one 19-0 against the Stallions Rugby. All right, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, all the way from Kenya's capital in Nairobi, down to county 001 in Mombasa. Ukiangalia hapo nyuma, mandhari imeweza. SportPesa team tushawasili na tumekuja kuchafua mbaya. Presenting to you a new show called The Hard Tackle, where we'll be taking on everything in the 2025 SportPesa 7 Circuit. My name is Steven na siko peke yangu. Tembea tu na watoto wazuri na ukiangalia wacha yeye pia introduce hapa.
It's your girl CJ, and of course we're excited to be in Mombasa for the SportPesa 7 Circuit. From exciting rugby, fire tackles, exciting talent, and of course sherehe. Hard Tackle starts now.
SportPesa came in a major way for the 2025 edition of the National 7 Circuit, sponsoring it to a tune of 15 million Kenyan shillings to take the title rights for a third year in a row. The first year, KCB walibeba okombe. Second year, Kenya Harlequin wakaenda 12-year drought. Na this season, hatujui itakuwa nani who will lift the SportPesa 7 Circuit. So a lot of action imeexperiencewa, but wacha tusikie wasi wanasema wana expect nini in the 2025 edition. Tuende nayo sana.
What I'm looking forward to in the 7th circuit, of course, is tries. Kuna wasaki gongana as always. Patrick Odongo tries as always from last season, and my team, Strathmore winning one or two legs of the 7th circuit and winning the overall.
The biggest thing that I'm looking forward to is how will the teams use the data to improve themselves, and what insights will the data show us? Who will be some of the really undervalued players will be shown from the data that the public won't be able to see. And obviously, it's when you select these players using the data for the national team, on the national stage, international stage, how will they perform?
6 circuits, different legs, we're traveling, fun experience is going to be crazy. What fans should expect is amazing images, quality photography. Come through with your friends, kuja na mbogi, kuja na kila mtu, tukutane pale kwa ground.
Na mshasikia, Mandla amesema wasiwa expect picha kalikali, 90 wametushow tuone vile data ita play a part in players getting selected to the national teams after this SportPesa 7 Circuit. Na Matoke na amesema anakufa na Leos yake, 27 all day, every day. Anyway, itakuwa interesting na tunataka kusikia wewe unaonaje SportPesa 7 Circuit. Who do you think will win the overall crown? Tuchapie hapo kwa comment section na tunaweza kupatia a SportPesa gift hamper. Anyway, coming into Driftwood Sevens, Kenya Harlequin ndio wana come in as the most decorated side in this tournament. Wameishinda a staggering 13 times, followed by Mwamba and then KCB pia wako the third best in this tournament. But tukiangalia pale pools, Pool A iko na Kenya Harlequin, of course, hao ndio top seeds, hao ndio defending champions, na hao pia ndio overall defending champions. Wako na Moose, Black Blood na Mwamba. And then Pool B iko na Braska, Kabras Sugar, Catholic Monks, Nakuru and Impala. And then Pool C iko na KCB, Nondes, Falcons na Mombasa Sports Club who are the hosts. Pool D tunamaliza na Oilers, Strathmore, Stallions na Kabarak University. So even your action itakuwa on the pitch, but as you know, rugby manze si kila kitu tu on the pitch. Off the pitch pia tuko na CJ representing, na acha tupeleke na rada.
So preparations zenyu za Driftwood 7 zimekuaje?
The best word I can use to describe the preparation is it's been adequate preparation and very intentional.
Nice. And how are you feeling? You personally as the captain wa KCB, una feel aje?
Well, it's a big honor to represent such a big club, such a big brand, and I'm feeling really honored by this moment. And considering the mood in the camp and myself, we are very ready and we are excited, and we can't wait for the moment to start. Basically, this year we are looking up to dominating each and every task that's ahead of us. Last season was a bit shaky, we slipped a bit, but we've come prepared this time round, and the word we have in the camp is dominance.
Well, we've had some good weeks of training with the team. We have a pretty young team this time, and I'm pretty confident in the boys because they have shown good character during training. We've had a good outing with them during the rough and tough, so we're expecting to see some good results better than what we had last season.
Mombasa, how Mombasa is known, this is a holiday destination. Players, fans and all stakeholders usually look forward to come to Mombasa to celebrate rugby and also promote the culture of sports in the community.
Na majamaa, mmesikia Kenya captains wamesema wako ready mbaya. Na utamu wa Sevens ni nini? Utamu wa Sevens ni tour. Na tour ni nini? Tour ni kujibamba. You know the vibes. Na unaweza nitad CJ wa ma vibes.
Ati nini?
CJ wa ma vibes. CJ wa ma vibes.
Utamu wa tour tumesema nifanya nini?
Ni kujibamba.
Utamu wa tour ni kujibamba guys. Tushakula shawarma, tumekula kachiri, tumekunywa ukwaju,
mabuyu.
Kila kitu nakwambia mwanangu. First stop imekuwa Mombasa hapa, na after hapa unajua tu rugby si serious on the pitch, off the pitch tuko serious pia.
Na mimi mnipate pale sherehe ama ni aje?
Ishasema. And ladies and gentlemen, that is the first episode of the Hard Tackle brought to you by SportPesa, covering all the 6 outings in the 2025 SportPesa National 7 Circuit. Wacha tuone itakuwaje. Will Queens defend their title or will another seed come and dominate in Mombasa? That has been me, Ochieng Steven, na CJ pia amesema kwaheri. See you in the next one.
Sasa unaona huyu ni jamaa na struggle sana na bundles za kibet kwa zile platform zingine. Ajui ukiregister na SportPesa bundles unapewa free. Ndio? Unaona? Ndio?
The journey continues. Every contribution counts, from the player on the field to the fans in the stands, and even our journalists telling our stories to the world. We aim to recognize, appreciate, and empower your dreams through providing part of support you need to achieve your dreams. Introducing Tujiamini. Let's believe in ourselves.
Wadau, ukijishindia midweek jackpot ya SportPesa ya over 10 million Kenya shillings, unaweza fanya nini nayo? Our winner of today ameamua ni Nondes.
Kwa majina kamili naitwa Dennis Kwekurir, natoka pande wa Kericho. Mimi ni mkulima. Nilicheza midweek jackpot 2. Sasa ya kwanza nikaanalyze kabisa, nikaangalia kabisa, nikachukua mazao. Ya kwanza nikapata moja. Lakini ya pili nikaona sasa wacha nisikuwe na tension sana. Nikajiachilia, nikaangalia sasa pole, nikaona kweli itakuwa
Well, ladies and gentlemen, Most with a slim 7-0 lead. Looking to add more points. Dummy run there. High tackle. Flavian Otio looks to tap and go. Battle of the varsities. Two sides falling short in the opening games. This is the second round of the Driftwood 7 SportPesa National 7 circuit. Claude Nyamiro steps, runs into a fellow comrade, OTG, Dagi Sifuna. Big carry. No clear release, an extra roll on the floor and penalty. Flavian Otio quickly taps and goes. Otio on a line break. Flavian cuts back in, but loses his feet. And the supporting play goes not going straight into the ruck. And Black Blood opt to go for a scrum. Black Blood looking to attack the open side. Enough acreage. Opportunities for 1v1 created on the outside channels. Major passing it to Cloud. Major coming back on the short line. Beg your pardon, that wasn't Major. Major is there. And Major knocks the ball on. Well, Black Blood had something going there. Almost created an overlap. Remember, these are comrades. Hawa ndio the real Gen Z. They're battling it out in the second pool play. Remember, this game is quite important for both sides because after match day 1 of the SportPesa National 7 circuit, Driftwood 7s, we will be having draws for who plays who in the second day of this year's games. Kaburu playing scrum off. Most kick and chase, advantage not over. Referee Oscar can see with his arm stretched out. It's a penalty to Masinda Muliro. Masinda Muliro will opt to go for a scrum down. Playing in the right area and trying to test the defensive line 1v1 in an effort. That is Kaburu. Kaburu going down the blind side, taking on the Black Blood defense. A quick tackle turnover, beautiful stuff there. Douglas Sifuna. And in that moment, he calls for a scrum down. Beautiful technique there. Tackler rolled away quickly, allowing the opportunity for the oncoming juggler to contest for the ball. Black Blood lose the ball, unfortunately, in that opportunity goes begging. And that is halftime, ladies and gentlemen. Masinda Muliro 7, Black Blood 0. Halftime scores, folks: Masinda Muliro 7, Black Blood 0. kick off. Sindamuliro lose the ball forward.
Whatever that we were feeling wakati tulikuwa tunaandika, wakati producer anashikilia zile keyboard, kuna adrenaline fulani na una feel too I'm supporting the right.
This was then chairman Dr. Manduku. When I said Shabana, I never knew it's going to be so big. My main point was to help those players, the young players. But I never imagined that it would come to this standard. Uniform.
Hapa sasa hivi hii building yote inaitwa Market Plaza, lakini zamani ilikuwa inaitwa Shabana Hardware. Kila kitu kilikuwa kinafanyika kwa hili duka, kila kitu unakuja hapa. Mishahara, allowances.
Niliingia Shabana mwaka wa 1983. Dream yangu ingekuwa primary nichezee timu kubwa. Ndio Shabana wakaniona, nikaona sasa dream yangu imetimika.
Are you ready to perform tomorrow? Sawa. Tujikumbushe tuna bado jamaa. Tumesema tunaenda kwa hiyo game tukiwa wounded because we need maximum points.
Patikana Kakamega Homeboys. Walikuwa na Joana Alice. Brian Michira Mikiro!
Nadhani ilikuwa dream. Si yote mwenye alikuwa round na mtu yote mwenye anapenda Shabana. Tukapanda ligi. Juu ni kitambo sana Shabana imekuwa kwa premier. Mimi mwenyewe nilikuwa na feel poa sana.
Fataki! Na imependeza mpaka Massachusetts kule.
Mimi kama mzazi wa mchezaji kwa Shabana najifunia sana juu aliingia tu kidogo wakaenda Premier League. Hata wakati anacheza hata mimi naona ni vizuri mtoto wangu ako kwa Premier League.
Shabana has become the brand.
One of the major struggles was getting to revive Shabana and getting the people to come back and embrace the community club. With that, it also came the financial aspect. We struggled for so many years to now getting a sponsor. Our fans have come back to the stadium. I feel that we are achieving the dream that we had as Shabana.
Masani ya saa 8 napiga ka walk pale mtaani kidogo, naona base ya kudishi Very nice, very nice. Ndo mimi huyo nikaingia tu polepole, then nikajiposition. Waiter akakam nijenge mega. Waiter akashtuka. Kama customer pia wanashtuka. Wanashtuka nini? Nipe mlima. Wakaanda. Ndo hiyo kidogo imelandi. Hii ndio dishi, hii ndio mega.
Whatever that we were feeling wakati tulikuwa tunaandika, wakati producer anashikilia zile keyboard, kuna adrenaline fulani inakama. Una feel tu I'm supporting the right team.
This was then chairman, Dr. Manduku. When I said Shabana, I never knew it's going to be so big. My main point was to help those players, the young players. But I never imagined that it would come to this standard.
Hapa sasa hivi hii building yote inaitwa Market Plaza, lakini zamani ilikuwa inaitwa Shabana Hardware. Kila kitu kilikuwa kinafanyika kwa hili duka, kila kitu unakuja hapa. Mishahara, allowances.
Niliingia Shabana mwaka wa 1983. Timu yangu ingekuwa primary, nichezea timu kubwa. Ndio Shabana wakaniona, nikaona sasa dream yangu imetimika.
Are you ready to perform tomorrow? Sawa. Tujikumbushe tena bado jamaa. Tumesema tuenda kwa hiyo game tukiwa wounded because we need maximum points.
Patikana
Dave Moura. All right. Apologies for that breakdown in the sound. Thank you so much to our technical team who've worked tirelessly behind the scenes. Most importantly, asanteni sana. Nenda ya mitambo hapa na pale. Tuwie radhi tunaomba. Haya basi. Mwamba. In a bit, we'll have the scoreboard back on your screens, ladies and gentlemen, so you'll bear with us. Mwamba, player isolated on the floor there, second roll, and the referee is obliged to award a penalty to the Kenya Harlequins. Kenya Harlequins make a couple of changes. In goes Dewal Human and Amon Wamalwa. Out goes Dave Moura. And supporting Dave Moura as they make their exit. Is Wainaina Patrick. Kenya Harlequins coached by Patrice Agunda. Mwamba coached by Lavina Sego. These were former teammates a few years ago for the national side. What a battle this is. The world lucky. Amon. Amon and company attacking with pace and intent. And that is try time. Kenya Harlequins. That is Albert Alela who dives over for that spectacular finish. Albert Alela, ladies and gentlemen. Getting a try for the Kenya Harlequins. That's a conversion which is successful. Amon Wamalwa. I'll be confirming the scores for you in a bit. The scores are currently Kenya Harlequins 12, Mwamba 0. Mwamba attacking from deep. That is a player dancing. A player so good, he dances until he tips himself over. That from Mwamba, ladies and gentlemen, is Eugene Ojiambo, aka Messi. One of the young and upcoming players, one to watch out for. Very good on his feet. Counteract is good and successful. Referee awards not taken at the mark there. That is Dennis Ndayala. They opt to go for a scrum. Current scores, remember, Kenya Harlequins 12. Mwamba 0. Mwamba looking to strike. Remember, after this, we have Catholic monks taking on Nakuru RFC. That is why I can see the bright smile of Edwin Makori right beside me here. Nakuru strongman a man that Nakuru would definitely call upon whenever they need someone to go to. Referee stops time, an injury. Medical team attending. Well, the medical team exit the pitch. Dennis Dala hopefully gets back to his feet successfully. Mwamba on the attack. That is Eugene. Queen's very strong on defense on him. Mwamba pinned down and opting to kick. Pressure, pressure, pressure. What pressure? Kenya Harlequins on the attack. Amon had an opportunity for a one pass on the outside and opted to go into contact with the ball. Simple pass. That is one of those opportunities that the coach will always rue. Number 7 is a very, very cruel game. 2 scores and they take the lead. Mwamba lose their line out. Queens with an opportunity on the outside channels. Ramadan Maseta points out to where his teammate should score the try, and it is try time. Kenya Harlequins. Kenya Harlequins score their third. Nyongesa Dennis going over. That is Kenya Harlequins 17, Mwamba 0. Remember, that is at the stroke of full time. Coming up next, Nakuru RFC will be taking on Catholic Monks. That's a convincing win there for Kenya Harlequins as the next 2 teams make their way onto the pitch. Quick turnaround. Second game for these teams, including the ones that have made their way onto the pitch. Remember, this is the SportPesa National 7th Circuit, match day 1. Next weekend, the caravan leads its way to Nakuru City for the Prinsloo Sevens. Many thanks to SportPesa for sponsoring the National 7th Circuit, coming through as the circuit sponsor, overall circuit sponsor, and of course naming rights. They say you put your money where your mouth is. Well, time now for Catholic Monks to take on our hosts next weekend at the Great Rift Valley. Nakuru Athletics Club, Nakuru RFC, the home of the Prinsloo Sevens. Kickoff and the ball goes into touch. Catholic monks, as of course, is always under the tutelage of Kenya under-20 coach Simon Jawichre, a great man who's been able to serve his people with a lot of what is it, conviction. And that's try time. Nakuru RFC, Chris Ojwang going over for the opening try for Manyore. Manyore strike Ali. Showing intent Ali. Javan with a new look, sporting that new look. Probably inspired by King Jojo Oro. And that is Nakuru looking to go all the way. But well apprehended there by the Catholic monks. Not shoving straight, referee had no opportunity to even give the mark. Nakuru are off and running. Javan, fresh from the Rugby Africa Sevens in Mauritius. Nakuru, hint of a high tackle there, referee allows play to continue. Nakuru running a short line, Kwea having none of that. And a knock on there by Javan Okoth. It's an opportunity there, pressure was building. They almost had them. We're working strong. Guys, you'd imagine we had 5 cameras working. We have currently 2 cameras working. Could imagine how much work is being done behind the scenes to make sure that everything is back in place. Most importantly, many thanks to our Live Eye production crew as Nyamboki makes a break for it, giving it to Dennis Mulinga. Dennis Mulinga is a fast customer. Isolated though. Ball is open, referee allows play to continue. Tackle is made. Victor Matiko through the midfield, defending resolutely. Kwea with a knock on. Those are coach killers. Letting Nakuru off the hook once again. It has been the story of this game. Both sides have been guilty of losing opportunities at that crucial time. Maybe an extra face or 2 would have done the trick there. Bit of impatience or a bit of lethargy with how the passes are thrown, or probably the receiver. But still so much rugby to come your way. Remember, this is just the opening round of the second round of the SportPesa National 7th Circuit, the Driftwood Sevens. Match day 1. High pass there, not hitting the mark. Tapped backwards, play allowed to continue. Beautiful play there, good skills. Nakuru FC survived that onslaught. Chris taking matters, looking to lead the team. There's a turnover, player isolated, player holding on. Kwea on the attack. Javan, hoof the ball, kick and chase. It's who's the fastest, who wants it more. Javan wants it more. The bounce is good. But he loses a bit of ground. Nyambok shows him where to go to. If he probably went there, who would have known? And that is most notably, if not a try, that would be the biggest. The biggest. It is a try. Victor Matiko hasn't placed the ball on the ground. However, that was some good running there by Nakuru RFC. They score their second. Javan will be converting that. Remember, Javan was the instigator. Beg your pardon, that wasn't Javan. But Javan was the instigator of that try. Started from deep in his own half, kicked and chased, fought for all the opportunities that were available, kept alive, and achieved what he wanted to achieve, which was a 5-pointer. Nakuru RFC, the try scorer, ladies and gentlemen, was Victor Matiko. The converter was Cyprian Ombaso. Quer looking to quickly respond, having fallen down 2 tries. One converted, one unconverted, 12 points. Brian Nyambok takes Victor Matiko to the cleaners. And that is halftime. Victor decides it's halftime, ladies and gentlemen. The halftime scores: Nakuru RFC 12, Catholic Monks 0. Sawa. Fast in the second half. Look to make it 3 tries in this game. Swung out wide. Looks up. Open space. There's a pass. Kickoff. Nyambok steps back. Nyambok Brian kicks it out wide to Dennis Mulinge. Mulinge looks to take on Nakuru FC. Nakuru get possession. A knock on the floor there. Sees, looks up, decides and goes. That is Javan Okoth. That's definitely Nakuru FC. Conversion is unsuccessful from out wide. Attempting that conversion was Javan. Looking to add an extra 2 points to his 5. Kickoff. Fumble there by Catholic Monks. It's a scrum. Instances where the referee would have probably given a penalty for playing the ball on the ground once the player had knocked it. I must say the weather has really withstood. The venue is fantastic. Perfect opportunity for some good running rugby. Dennis Mulinge shakes them, but doesn't evade them. Ball is lost forward. Felix Okoth fights for that ball. It's a knock-on. Fast mistake. Felix needed a boot, but has opted to play on. Maybe he'd probably have that as an excuse for losing this scrum. Nakuru, Kabarak is good. There was a boot involved there. It's a kick and chase, and with that, the referee will be signaling the end of that game. Nakuru have been successful and have been victors in that game. That is Nakuru 24, Catholic Monks 0. The next game, ladies and gentlemen, that is Impala taking on Cabras. Impala taking on Cabras Sugar. As the two teams, as they make their way onto the pitch. Central referee for this one will be Brian Nyakundi. Impala Kabras. Impala will be kicking us off. Looking to kick towards one direction, opting to go the other. Long kickoff goes into touch, a couple of meters out. Kabras going for the quick restart, but the referee pulling the play back. William Wanji is hoisted high. There was a contest there, and the ball wasn't fed straight. The ball wasn't fed straight, and they opt to go for a scrum down. That is Impala. Gideon Makumi will be feeding the scrum. opportunity 5 or 6 or 7 meters out. 5 meters out. That's an easy try there for Quinto Ongo for Impala RFC. Try time, Impala. Impala draw first blood. Conversion by David Nyangige is successful. Impala 7, Cabras 0. Impala going up 10 meters and a good contest. Cabras knocked the ball forward. These restarts have really put Cabras to the test. Impala looking up for this fight, but a knock on there. No advantage. Referee will pull play back. And of course Kevin Wekesa must be having something to say about that. He probably thought the advantage had been achieved. However, the referee deciding otherwise. Gideon Makumi once again with that scrum routine. Kabras challenge this time. No easy pickings from us, says Kabras. Last time we allowed you to go out. This time we challenge from the scrum down. But guess what? They ask for a scrum down themselves. It's time for that battle to see who's... It's one each. See who comes out on top. Small battle inside this small battle. A battle in the battle. Cabras take it out clean. Cantona passes, jumps. Guess who's on the outside? Cabras. Roy. Kevin Wekesa attacks the man, passing it to Mwanji. That was a knock-on. He touched it, then went past the ball. Well, at home, please tell me, who was that a knock-on? Gideon. Big scrum there. Cabras once again challenging and targeting that scrum area. Impala will have to sort out that scrum if they're able to play this game. Clearly they can't play off their own ball. And Cabras looking strong there. The scoreline though not showing. Cabras dominance. Cabras fed the scrum. Roy Maruti. Kusi with a switch back. Isolation, and it's a penalty to Impala. Impala holding their own quite well. Louis Kisia trying to take on Max Adaka. Shaky at scrum time. A quick tap there by Gideon Makumi. An experienced campaigner. Referee playing an advantage. Should be a penalty. Offside is the call. Second consecutive penalty conceded there by Cabras. Impala opt to tap and go. Player not rolling away. Referee plays an advantage. Third penalty on the bounce. Cabras strong on the counter and opt to kick it. Impala feel that quite well. But he is apprehended by William Wanji and company. They rob him, literally. Kevin Wekesa, a culprit, coming out on the other side with a ball, taking 1, 2, 3 Impala players with him. Referee should be playing an advantage, slow roll away, but anyway, he allows. That was William Wanji, I beg your pardon. Roy. That's a knock on in touch. That was a knock on. The advantage not ensued. Impala battling hard. Referee has a decision to make. That is halftime. Brian Nyakundi signals that Impala go into the halftime break with a 7-0 lead. By the way, sina graphics haziko kwa screen yangu, but naona Yes. That's a turnover there for Impala. A turnover for Impala. Quickly taken. Referee is playing an advantage. Player not 10. And the referee will be sending Cabras down to 6. Going to none other than Patrick Clivert. Patrick Clivert sent to the bean to atone for his atrocities for the next 2 minutes. Kabras will be playing 6v7. Impala, kick and chase. Sketty fielding that ball, but driven into touch. Nowhere to go for Jackson Siketi, who's bundled into touch. Impala looking to take advantage of that one-man advantage. The tails are high now. Impala feeding the line out. Going down a short channel, 5 meters. But playing close to the touchline means you have to work so hard to make sure that you don't get bundled into touch. And that is exactly what Cabras do, defending with the defensive line, that is the touchline. Line out for Cabras Sugar. Remember, Cabras are playing one man down. Going down the 15 channel. Sketty. That's some good pickup skill. Many would have fumbled that. Eric Cantona, seeing that there's nobody home. It's now a race to the ball. Good bounce there for the Impala number 9. Impala looking to bring back the ball. Player not rolling away. Referee allowing play to continue, but Cabras constantly asking questions at the breakdown or at point of contact. You can see as they try to bundle and hold the guy up. 6v7. Patrick Clivert still serving his 2-minute ban. Trevor Opondo. Trevor, formerly of Daystar. A quick pickup there by Quinto Ongo, but he is apprehended by Cabras. Ball is open, nobody at the breakdown. Players are tired. Lungs are burning. So much hard work put into this. 7 apiece. Time now for individual skills to come to the fore. And William Mwanji, ladies and gentlemen, will race clear of the Impala defensive line and will get the try for Cabras Sugar. Try time, Cabras Sugar, RFC. It needed somebody to step up, and William Mwanji's individual skills came to the fore. Conversion is successful. Eric Cantona adds the extra 2 points. And that was his last act as he makes his way off the pitch. We have an introduction of Brian Mutua, Salano Hillary, big defensive effort there. William Mwanje putting his body on the line, play off his feet. Referee allows play to continue. Easily you could have given that the other way, but anyway. Brian Mutua fresh from the bench. Skills, space are not things that Brian is given. You don't give him space, Brian will take every bit of it. And here is clear. Big man running at that speed at you. Well, could forgive the sweeper there. Conversion is successful. Dame Kambeta getting the extra 2 points. Guess there is a kickoff. Kabras Sugar 21, Impala 7. Cabras playing better in the second half, showing intent, of course, in that first half. But playing better in this second half. The kickoff is kicked deep. A bit of a decision to make. There you have it. Kabras Sugar take this game at the scruff of its neck. The second half was a game changer for Kabras Sugar. Full-time scores: Kabras Sugar 21, Impala 7. Coming up next, ladies and gentlemen, Nondes RFC taking on the Daystar Falcons. Grab some water, grab some beer if you have. Tusker coming through in a big way for the National 7th Circuit. Many thanks to SportPesa, 790.79. That's where you catch them. Remember to bet responsibly. But most importantly, if you're in Mombasa, this is the best place to be. Today is after party, and this evening's order of play, the games coming up this afternoon, are not games for you to miss out on. Kickoff floated in the air there, goes backwards. Nondes with the broken play. A good attacking opportunity. And goes Fiddens. Floated back to Fiddens. Always alive for something popping out. That's an arm raised. A forearm. That is a Maita. Penalized by Duncan Kioko, our center referee. Falcons, Eddie shows, dances, goes back against the grain. Quick ball, Wambugu passing it to his number 9. Clinton Amukwachi has been training with the Shujaa side. And remember, he has quite a gasman on the outside channels. The battle between Odongo and anyone is a good one to watch. Nondes are a seasoned side. They can take on anyone. They're a team who've basically stayed alive. They tend to have that. They pop up some way, somehow. They come up, they'll upset you, they'll, that is nondescript. Anyway, they have a battle here. Battling out with Nondes, that is Daystar Falcons fitting. Passing it to Patrick Odongo, comes back the open side from his favorite blind wing side. But he's well taken care of there. Nondes know the threat closing in. Close out the channels as early as possible. Coming against the grain, Clinton Amukwachi just forming those lines. Just working hard to create space. An advantage play there. Amukwachi scans, looks up, goes straight into the man, Ronnie, taking the shots on behalf of Nondes. But Amukwachi, big rampaging figure. Referee will pull back the play to the advantage. A decision to make there for Nondes. Arnold Agonda and company decide. That is Moses Keragori, the number 9. Decides to go for the scrum down. So much acreage, so much speed, so much space. Just skills needed to execute this. Get the ball out wide to Patrick Odongo. So many attacking opportunities. The defensive line would be thinking that this ball is going to Odongo, so they'll be closing out the outside channels. So the center has an opportunity to attack. Let's see what Nondes have here. Coming again through the middle part, setting the platform. Nondes, alarm bells ringing. Short ball there, but well tackled. And an advantage player rolling on the floor, denying the defensive team an opportunity to go for the ball. Once you land on the floor, the call is you need to release. Nondes have defended well. They have defended for far too long this half. Calvin Sheunda looking to clear them away from their own 5. Good find. 13 meters away from the half line. Nondes with the line out execution. Mites arises. Ronnie to Fiddens. Pops up a beautiful one to Daniel Okito. Okito is well marshaled. Fiddens once again takes it back to the forwards. Ronnie. That's a turnover, is it? No, referee allows play to continue. Maita, Okito, Fiddens, Calvin Sheunda. Dongo and friends. Okito trying to take on Patrick. Patrick refusing any of that. That's a Maita. She's here. To Hilary Baraza, big frame of Hilary Baraza. Ronnie, referee playing an advantage. Sheunda changes direction, goes back there at the side. Okito runs straight into Patrick. Patrick takes him at the waist. Ronnie slows down the game, but that's a ploy to explode with pace. That is if you're hoodwinked. Ronnie once again. Sheunda missing the one man. Okito scans once again. Patrick. One thing about Patrick, he's a very good defender. Ronnie once again goes back that blindside channel. Nondes just building up the faces. Nyaenya, beg your pardon, that is Fidens, Tony Fidens, well known for his burst of speed. Hilary, Maita, ball goes back. Shisia waiting for it. Shisia has to go into the rack, but the ball is stolen. Good defensive work there by Daystar Falcons. That is some energy-sapping effort there. Nondes built up the faces. They just needed one man to straighten. But they couldn't get that job done. That ball is into touch. An opportunity for both sides to put in some energy, some oxygen into the lungs as they make their way to the line out. Moses Karagori to feed the line out. Well taken there. Clinton Amukwachi rising up highest. Number 21 knocks the ball on. That is Wambugu. He'd be crestfallen. It has been a half of so much defensive effort. It is halftime, ladies and gentlemen. Daystar Falcon 0, Nondes 0. Second half. Tony Fiden's 10-meter restart is successful by a player taken in the air. What that restart does is it gives you enough time, or it gives the chasers enough time to arrive. It doesn't go beyond, just so many meters beyond the 10-meter line. It hangs upright. It's a very, very good technique. It's a very good asset in the bag there for Tony Fidens. Usually known for his center position, now turning out as the fly-half and ball player for this Nondes side. Of course, everyone has their own start, and probably this is a good start for him at fly-half. Meanwhile, there's the Falcons. Falcons passing it to no one, but picked out the outside channel by Duncan Olile, and that is try time. There's the Falcons. They've defended so much in this game and have taken the lead. Subsequently, turn defense into attack. Duncan Olile getting the first try of this game. Clearly, the Falcons possess so many threats across the park. Remember, they are yet to unlock Patrick Odongo in this game because of the fact that they've had to defend so much. But bouncing on that broken play and taking the lead. It's another beautiful restart. Must say that I've seen so many boys this weekend with so much in terms of their skill set, in terms of the restarts, kicking it right with the right height. Tony Fidens, what you can do, Ian, Eddie Wambugu can do better, or can actually match. Moses Kiragori, Wambugu, boot to the ball. You've seen this. This is a picture you've seen before on the World Rugby 7 series. But Daniel Okita and company know the customer quite well. That is Martin Tomaso Juma, getting off the bench and looking to battle with the Daystar Falcon players. It's battle time. You fight for every inch of space. Ronnie calls Brian Kadenge back in for a switch. And a bad pass there by Tony Fidens, but play continues. Maybe that bad pass is what was going to trigger a score. Ronnie shuffles. Brian Kadenge, Brian Madosh, tackled, releases the ball. Tackle is formed. Advantage is being played. Ronnie with all the mind, all the secrets of this 7-a-side game. Shows, goes, offloads, try time. Nondes respond. Nondes respond. That is Amaita Brian. Going over for the response. Tony Fidens, the floor is yours. Ian already converted his, misses the conversion to the left of the uprights. Falcons 7. Daystar Falcons 7, Nondes 5. Nondes. Nyanya Museti looking to deceive the defense by looking towards one direction and going the other. Okito, Martin, Shisia, simple, basic, Brian Kadenge. Catch pass, fall. Tony, Awiti, Shisia. That is Amaita. Shisia. Energy sapping. But it has to be done. Okito goes. Looks for Nyanya Museti, who kicks and chases his own ball. Ball is taken back into the goal line area. That is a scrum 5 meters out. Scrum 5 meters out. And exactly that is what the referee awards. A scrum 5 meters out in favor of Nondes. Nondes looking to take the lead. Most probably the best time to take the lead for Nondes would be now, because this is the second half of a fast-flowing 7-a-side tournament. Remember, next up, Mombasa Sports Club and KCB are currently in the player holding area. So this is a do-or-die execution opportunity. Time to see what they've been training all these weeks for. And there goes Tony Fiddens. 305 or 2 or 1 meter out. Referee plays an advantage. Here's an opportunity where they could be able to even take a 3, but they take a 5. Why take a 3 if you can take a 5? Try time, Nondes. Daniel Okito earns 5 points at the death of this encounter. Daystar Falcons, having defended so much, couldn't withstand that last attack from the Nondes side. Daniel Okito tapping the ball 5 meters out and finding his way to the try line. Tough loss there, but of course, an extremely sweet victory for Nondes. Fiddens misses the conversion. Nondes 10, Daystar Falcons 7. There you have it. KCB taking on Mombasa Sports Club. Mombasa Sports Club, our hosts. Congratulations to Nondes. All right, Mombasa Sports Club kick us off 10 meters. Another beautiful wristed. Seems like the boys have been training so hard for this. Mike Wekesa breaking down the blind, adding his first start in this game. Nyaundi fishes it out to Jenkins. Jenkins to Bob. Lost in that cape. Jojo Oro to Floyd Wabwire. Floyd Wabwire on the outside channels, testing out Mombasa RFC's defensive line. And the answer to that is a resounding victory for Floyd Wabwire. Try time, KCB. KCB. Attack with intent. Conversion is successful. Davis Nyaundi adding the extra 2 points. KCB 7. Mombasa Sports Club 0. Kickoff doesn't go 10 meters. Tap and go there for Mombasa. Mombasa recycle. Big dummy thrown there, but not deceiving the Lions. Counter are coming. Mombasa playing that quick ball. No waste of time at the rack area, because that is somewhere where KCB would like to really put pressure on them. But KCB remaining strong on defense. Bob Mohati and company. Counter are coming through successfully. Floyd once again. That is Floyd accelerating and doing Floyd things. Try time, KCB. Floyd has gears, and once he engages his gears, it's always good night, goodbye. That is what exactly he did in that last bit of action. Conversion is successful, of course. Davis Nyaundi is skilled and gets the conversion right. Mombasa with possession. KCB are robbed. Mombasa still having considered that one try, giving a good account of themselves. Bob Mohati attempting that counter-rack. Quick play there, the breakdown. Evading all and looking to speed and get the best of Floyd Wabwire. That is Nashon Mwangemi. Still the ball is in play for Mombasa Sports Club. Number 13. Big Bali, number 13, looking for the opening try. And the crowd is deflated as they concede a penalty. Colin Tamayo isolated there. KCB pounce and are successful. Well, try time, KCB. That is Jenkins Kipruto. Jenkins Kipruto going over for KCB second. Well, the conversion is unsuccessful. And there you have it, it's halftime. Kevin Wambugu signals KCB 19, Mombasa Sports Club 0. Kickoff. Master. Ball goes backwards. Mombasa pinned down in their own try line. Taken back, scrum 5 meters. KCB working extremely hard, chasing down every opportunity afforded to them. Center field scrum for KCB. Davis Nyaundi feeds, passes it round. Just coming round is Opondo Emmanuel. Pretty sure Emmanuel Opondo just coming round that scrum. Spaces opening wide. Conversion is successful. Davis Nyaundi getting the extra 2 points. KCB with a commanding performance. Mombasa knocked the ball forward, pulled it backwards, but knocked it forward once again. Another try for KCB. KCB score and miss the conversion. KCB 31, Mombasa Sports Club 0. Anyway, I'm being joined by co-commentator. Many of you know him through these streets of the Sevens game. Oscar Osir. Oscar probably got lost in Mombasa. You've seen the time on your clock, bro. Yeah, they say that Mombasa raha kuingia ngoma kutoka mchangoma. Well, KCB still pounding Mombasa Sports Club, rumbling forward. It's KCB. The ball had been lost forward, but the referee allows play to continue. A switch back in, and Jaliti Lionel taken there. Grass cutter there. KCB on the attack once again, and they go over. Dominic Sander, ladies and gentlemen, going over for KCB's try. Dominic Sande, one of the new kids on the block for KCB. Conversion sails wide. That is KCB 36. MSC 0. Davis Nyaundi with the restart. Does it travel the required 10 meters? Mombasa opt to play the ball. That means the game goes on. Ball is taken into contact by Mombasa Sports Club. Not able to use that possession. Davis Nyaundi will be feeding the scrum in favor of KCB. KCB rumbling over once again. Elvis Olukusi with a try. Elvis Olukusi works his way, works his magic. Technical hitch is happening behind the scenes. We are sorting out Oscar's microphone. He should be back on air.
I hope so. They tried to get me back on. I'm not sure whether you can hear me, but let's see what the engineers can do.
And that is full time. That is full time. KCB with a resounding 43-0 win over the host Mombasa Sports Club. Mombasa learning it the hard way. Now, as I was speaking earlier, I was joined by Oscar Osir, the sidelines of the SportPesa National 7th Circuit. Oscar, welcome, man. Welcome.
Thank you, Walter. I'm finally here, and they have me online. I hope our viewers can hear me. It's a wonderful afternoon here in Mombasa. And when we say a warm welcome, we mean it.
Yes, it's quite warm. When you speak about warm in Mombasa, it means extreme warm. But you've just joined us. I guess you've watched one or two games. What has been your assessment of the quality of rugby so far?
Well, it's your typical tournament one sort of pace. Nobody's out and out, of course, apart from Patrick. Of course, he's a world-class player. From what I've seen, the pace seems a bit slower. Some of the teams just sort of sauntering through. With all due respect to some of the opposition, I mean, KCB versus our host sports club here gave them a bit of a scare, but eventually got over the line, and that score was quite emphatic. But it's day one as well. Towards the end of the day, of course, you'll see some of the more closer ranked teams, or should I say, teams of sort of the same caliber, and that should be a bit more competitive.
Yeah, definitely. That is the third round of the SportPesa National 7th Circuit, match day one. The Prinsloo 7, Nijo Amaitsa dancing through the Stallions defensive line. And it's a line break, ladies and gentlemen. Fast-paced sevens rugby. Whoever lands on the ball first, they kick it dead in goal. That is Strathmore-Leos. That should be a 22-meter dropout for the Stallions. That is, if I'm not wrong, the referee should be able to signal that Stallions and the Strathmore-Leos playing their second round of games. Both teams looking to lay a claim, looking to lay stake to bragging rights of being part and parcel of the Driftwood Sevens. Going into contact, Strathmore-Leos. Mwendwa clears the rack. Arnold Muita, Victor Mola dancing through. Victor once, twice. Brian Mwendwa, high into a high tackle there. Brian Mwendwa is apprehended, and the referee gives the penalty. I thought it was a high tackle.
The Strathmore technical bench not very happy.
Yeah, definitely. They
and
wouldn't be happy.
very vocal there. I think the referee will ask his assistant here to just calm them down.
Who's the technical bench of the Strathmore-Leos?
It's a colorful bunch, if I can put it that way. Walter.
Kadovilis.
Charles Kadovilis.
and Foxy. What a combination.
Really Sojal, or better known as Foxy.
Yes.
Very vocal the touchline. They thought that was a high tackle, I think, and having consulted his assistant referee, I think he calls back the play. He had given it to the Stallions, but he calls back the play, a scrum down for Strathmore.
Yeah, the scrum down has been a tool for Sevens. They had a penalty, they could have kicked down, touch, probably a line out, but they've opted to go for this. It sets them centrally. There's attacking opportunity both on the blind and the open side.
Yeah, I think they split the pitch into two. Some teams call it a power play, and when you split the pitch into two, it allows, for example, there the scrum half just did a line break there. Victor, you see Victor Mola brings the ball back in. Yeah, looks like a definite try there.
Yeah, that's Arnold Muita.
Arnold Muita there to score the try the corner. Yeah, you know, they call it a power play. Splits the pitch into two. Defense has to make a decision. Do you go over to the short side as well? And in that scenario, Brian Mwendwa just picks the ball, and that creates an overlap immediately because the scrum half now is free. And all of a sudden, on one part of the pitch, you have 3v2. And Strathmore just executed that very well.
Yeah, and actually, if you can see the devastation of that effect. Once it comes, it works, you know. It's very simple. Catch, create an overload, 1v1. If you can't defend, you can defend. If you can attack, you can attack.
It becomes a game of numbers, 3v2. If you just straighten the line and fix the player and then fix the defender rather than pass, then it works. It works well. Of course, it helps to have players like Victor Mola who can also step off both feet, you know, bringing in two defenders and then offloading there, as you saw towards that try. So it works when executed well, but again, it has to be executed.
Yeah, restart there, well taken in the air. Didn't travel 10, but the Stallions opted to play it. That's a knock-on. Referee awards the scrum to the Stallions. Brian Mwenda punches the air. Thought he had an opportunity to attack. Has been very good. The Strathmore number 9 with his ball handling skills. Very good on his feet. Stallions, on the other hand, lost the first game without scoring a try. Most definitely would be looking at this game, Strathmore, as sort of a slightly easier opponent where they can be able to at least put some points on the scoreboard. And speaking of points, that is Shamala making a break for it. Shamala for the Stallions kicks the ball but loses possession. Strathmore Leos take up broken pieces, looking to put broken pieces together, kick the ball, and looking for their gutsman on the outside channels. That is Victor Mola. Victor Mola wins the race. Victor Mola wins the race. What's the bounce looking like? The bounce has robbed Victor Mola. The battle was there for everyone to see and for everyone to win it, whoever that was involved. Strathmore Leos, however, work so hard at the breakdown, get the ball. Counter coming through from the Stallions. Brian Mwendwa to Gabriel Aimba. Gabriel shows, dances, and Gabriel scores. What a beautiful try.
That is an opportunity there that was created out of defense. You know, Strathmore played in the rough and tough. Remember, they won the first rough and tough sevens earlier with the preseason tournament. It helps to play preseason tournament. They were under pressure there on their 22-meter, but somehow tackled very quickly, did a turnover, got the ball back, and like I saw about 2-3 weeks ago in the rough and tough tournament, they are willing to kick the ball deep and chase it down there. It's difficult under these conditions, of course, to chase down back in defense, having attacked, then go back to defense. And Victor there just did very well, Victor Mola, to get the ball back and then score. Simple try again. Just
very simple.
And a big step there from Brian. I beg your pardon, Gabriel Ayumba.
Yeah, beautiful, sneaky step there, wicked step. I mean, that guy has a family, bro.
They do. The father didn't have that kind of a step, but
Nijo,
he gave enough rugby genes for them to utilize them. As we see another try there from
Nijo.
Strathmore.
Yeah, Nijo Lamaita going over for that try. Nijo Lamaita plays for the Shujaa team. Blossomed towards the end of the HSBC World Rugby 7 Series last season. Is very good, both as flyer,
fast receiver, yes.
He can play center.
Yes.
You know, if push comes to shove, you can also play him at 9. He has also a good boot. It's sort of a halfback that you would have wanted to play with in your days.
It does help when you have a player with multiple skills like that, who's an all-round player. Innocent Simi also had those kind of talent. It helps teams like this, of course. National team experience does help, as we see the kick-off shot there from Strathmore Leos. Stallions up to play it and keep going. Strathmore hold the player up. I think the referees allows them to, it's a turnover.
Simiyu shows and goes. Simiyu 1v1 on the outside channels. And they lose that attacking opportunity. Our center referee, Vincent Miruri, blows the halftime whistle. The halftime scores, Strathmore Leos in the lead. Strathmore 19, Stallions 0. Well, it's halftime. The second round of games. Now we have, these are the fixtures coming up this afternoon. Just looking at the third round of games, Kenyatta University will be taking on Mwamba. Nakuru IFC will be taking on Impala. Daystar Falcons will be taking on Mombasa Sports Club. Stallions Rugby will be taking on the Kabarak University. Kenya Harlequins versus Most. Kabras Sugar versus Square. KCB versus Nondes. Menengai Oilers versus Strathmore Leos. Which game would you be keen to have a look at this afternoon?
I'm keen to have a look at all of them. You know, the third round of games usually is more or less teams that are seeded, sort of balanced together. They're more or less balanced in terms of competitiveness. Even when you look at Stallions versus Kabarak, you would argue they're equally balanced. Of course, the competition takes business end on day one here when you look at that last final game there, Oilers versus Strathmore. Impala Nakuru, would you say they're a bit balanced? Probably. The same level of competition. I'm sure the likes of Kenya Harlequins would argue they may want to have a better edge there over most. But this is sevens, anything can happen, Walter, especially on these last games. Lots of mathematics to look at. Everybody wants to qualify for the last 8. So I think all these games will be interesting. The third round of the game as we look to get back to second half.
Yeah, most definitely. You work so hard on the first day for you to get better pooling on day 2, or probably favorable routes towards the cup final. So it's an opportunity for Strathmore Leos. I mean, the points come in very key. They have 19 points in the first half. They should be looking for more in the second half. Stallions would be looking for a response, probably score their first try of the tournament. So it's all to play for in this second half as the Stallions take the ball into contact. Kipski Emmanuel. We have Lawrence Ndungu flings it out to David Obiero. David Obiero taking on the Strathmore Leos. Obiero. Pass back to Brian. Brian Ondieki. The referee was playing an advantage for an offside infringement.
Yeah, they creeped in the offside, Strathmore. They have to be disciplined here.
They'll be looking for touch, yes. Emmanuel Ndungu looks for touch. He finds touch successfully.
This is interesting also. Teams nowadays on the penalties, not every team takes a scrum. You saw Strathmore when they had a penalty, chose to do a scrum play. But Stallions here opt to go for a line-out. Perhaps they have more confidence on their line-out as opposed to...
Yeah, perhaps they have the confidence. And yes, you can see they rose highest, took the ball, plucked the ball. Shamala comes back down the blind, runs out of real estate. A decision, a bad decision. Those decisions that you would say are coach killers. You see, why would you come back down the blind?
I know, Daka Shamala, they got a solid line out. He had his entire back line ready to receive the ball and chose to come back here just off that breakdown. And the outcomes, what they are. And as I say that, Standard
Shkoli.
Shkoli here
Shkoli is
also
robbed.
keeps his coaches on their toes off the touchline with that. At first, well, it was forced error, to be honest, but you would expect him to keep the ball in that situation.
Quite an interesting second half. No points scored yet. This second half changes. Brian Ondieki comes off for the Stallions. Shamala having...
I hope that is not has anything to do with that run earlier, but the coaches know better.
It has everything to do with that run, Oscar.
You know, having said that, they do a wraparound, utilizing the open side.
Time to see the replacements.
Replacements doing exactly what the coaches have asked for there.
Brian Omosh to Kipski Emmanuel.
Again, Strathmore creeping offside.
Yeah. That young boy is 19 years old. The young boy who just called for that scrum.
You know, having said earlier that Stallions prefer line out, but they now choose to take a scrum down.
Yes.
Was that Ken Fremunai?
Ken Fremunai comes down the open, runs down the blind. Cedric Abiniza goes, but is well apprehended. Ken Fremunai isolated. Shkoli. Kipski Emmanuel. Omosh comes back. Ball is tapped in that attempted offload. Ball is open, referee allows play to continue. That was a knock-on and the referee was playing an advantage.
I think it was a knock-on there by Samuel Wafula. Stallions seem to be sort of running out of ideas, but good pressure from Strathmore. They choose to take the risk and sometimes creep offside. They're caught offside. I think a couple of times they've been caught offside, but they put real pressure on the Stallions here, and the pressure pays off.
Ball is stolen. Good contest. Hot potato ball. Emmanuel opts to go for the kick and chase. Lawrence Ndungu, aka Lao, goes. That is Muita. Arnold passes it to his fly on the outside. That is Russell Momanyi. Young blood into the Leos. Leos with possession. Shkoli battles through.
Strathmore one man down here. I think Gabriel Aimba with the floor.
Receiving attention, yeah.
But they still keep possession.
Players tired. Can see hands on the head.
It does take its toll. It does take its toll. The sun is up now. That sun will be burning right at the top of their head at this time of the day, having played one game earlier. The fitness, the recovery would have been really important. This is, Aimba looks uncomfortable there.
That is Ayiro. The guy on the floor was Ayiro.
Actually, it's Ayiro, yes, not Gabriel.
Joseph Ayiro.
I think Ayiro will be coming out. Looks like he's walking off.
And Strathmore Leos seems to have completed their substitutions, and that means they'll be playing one man down. That is for the rest of the game.
Yes, Airo looks really, really uncomfortable, but having said
Elton Amalemba running the outside channels. Zulik Buyuni completes the tackle. Ball goes backwards. Strathmore Leos 6v7. Still finding space on the outside.
I should have let that one
Big
go.
carry there.
Should have let it go.
For
he loses possession.
Strathmore Leos side, Dennis Tubey. Tap and go there, Arnold Muita. Agonda. And on the outside channels, we have Shkoli, who dances his way. Celebrates before he scores a try. Try time, Strathmore Leos.
Finally, they let it go there. It was a 2v1 situation earlier. They made a big meal out of it, but eventually they get a score.
Yeah, and they're playing 6v7, so you can imagine the confidence in the team.
I mean, this is what you can say. Perhaps the quality of the Leos just showing through that situation there, Walter. If you're still 6 men and you're still able to keep scoring, it's an indication of the quality of Strathmore Leos. It does help to have national team players who play in the World Rugby Series, and the class of Strathmore Leos just showing there at the end as they take that win.
Yeah, definitely. Now we have come to the end of that game. A resounding victory in favor of the Strathmore Leos side, who have shone bright. They take this one 24-0. Coming up next, the next game, ladies and gentlemen, we have Menengai Oilers taking on the Kabarak University. And then we'll have a break in play for a short hydration break and entertainment break.
Volume yake iko juu, saa zingine loud. Kabarak taking on the hometown rivals, the Menengai Oilers. It should be an interesting fixture. Bragging rights from the Great Rift.
Scrum down for Kabarak University. That should be a try for Kabarak University. Try time, Kabarak. Kabarak University diving over for their opening try of the game. Having withstood pressure from the Menengai Oilers, they finally take the lead. Conversion is successful.
You asked earlier about the third round of games, Walter, whether teams are evenly balanced. You'd have expected that Oilers is perhaps the most senior of these two teams, but Kabarak have held their own so far.
Yes, Kabarak have held their own, Oscar. I mean, it's evident from how they've played. They've not shied away from the contact area. They've had to defend in their own 22-meter area before Oilers break through, as Sami Mora runs straight and gets the responding try. And the fight has been there.
It has been there. I think it was a respectable start from Kabarak, and that perhaps is the difference here. Oilers just stepping up the gas a little bit.
The only question is, are they ready, or are they fit enough to be to fight longer, to stay in the fight?
On paper, you'd argue that the class of Oilers will show. I think that was a good example of that situation. The 2v1 situation, but the player still managed to go through, even though he didn't pass. But yeah, I think the conditioning, the level of play from Oilers should carry through here over Kabarak. But then again, it's too early to call the C7s as Oilers get that ball back from kickoff. That pass straight to touch there, I think so. It's Kabarak line out. Referee Victor says it's a knock-on, he says.
To make matters worse for these teams, it's not really worse, Oscar. There are two Nakuru sides. They've been given a Nakuru referee. So one or two will decide what to pay.
Well, it is. You'd say a home domestic affair down in Mombasa.
Yeah.
As Kabarak look to build up again like they did on their first try here, but very powerful scrimmaging there from Oilers. But referee Victor says that was illegal. A good step there from Kabarak. Will he make it all the way? Yes, it's good pace there. Oh, it's good speed. Will he make it all the way to the end? Oh, it's try time.
Try time. Kabarak, fan favorite. It actually had the crowd on their feet.
Everybody loves an underdog. It looked like Collins Okoth there. I'm not sure whether it was Collins Okoth at the end of that try.
Yeah,
I think it was Collins Okoth who scored that try. Good show and go there. Really good pace. I think part of the reason why the crowd was excited, there was a 6'3" man chasing the whole of 5'2" Collins Okoth.
Yes.
And I think there's some anxiety from the crowd, but Collins made it.
Yes,
at the
he
end there,
did.
and the leader this half.
Yes, he did.
10-7.
Yes, size difference there showing. Kabarak have fought their way, and we kept on talking about that they're not shying away from taking on the Menengai Oilers. Ironically, you'd have maybe thought that they would cow, looking at the names on the squads as presented by Oilers. I mean, looking at the quality in depth, it's quite a difference between the two. So going into the halftime break in the lead, this is one of the biggest results so far today.
Let's get it right. They are here on merit.
Yes.
It's no chance that they're here, and of course it helps that they do know they have a lot of domestic knowledge on their opponent, so they show scant regard for any name that we may perhaps look on paper. But Kabarak holding their own here very well, taking advantage of that short space, or the tram line as they are called, right there at the wing, at the edge. And good pace there shown by Collins Okoth. Believed in himself, even though there was menacing defense coming down, but he believed in himself. Good show and go. And they tried at the end there at the corner. And the lead 10-7.
He was running for his life. Literally.
When it comes to matters of life and death, compelling reasons are sufficient. But to be fair to Collins there, I think he was chasing a scoring and leading opportunity. And the lead here, the Menengai Oilers to Kabarak University.
The game is not over.
Take a break how?
What does it mean to beat the odds? It's about courage, belief, and seizing every opportunity that comes your way. While you're betting, it's not just about taking risks. Nikutan challenges into triumphs. Behind every win, kuna jani iko filled with dreams, determination, and defying the odds. Meet some of our incredible winners who dared to dream big and turn their bold bets into extraordinary wins. These are real people who took on the big challenge and came out on top. Their stories remind us that as SportPesa, we are made of winners. Na sisi ni factory ya mamillionaires. With every bet, unakaribia the big mega seat. So,
dangerous play there by Oilers. Take your boot to the edge here. Take it to the floor. Referee says he's holding on. Boot not happy. Kabarak issuing the frustration there. No, is it? I beg your pardon, I think it's Oilers who occurred it. The Kabarak here choose to do a power play for scrum. Kabarak called for scrum here as Daniel Kipchirchir is yellow carded from the Oilers. And they do split the pitch here. Kabarak, hopefully they can execute. We saw this earlier by Strathmore Leos. We saw Strathmore earlier using this power play when there was a yellow card and they split the pitch into two.
Yes, and they do it so well. The execution meets the reward.
You'd expect Michael Mania yet minor
Come
back this way. I thought you would have gone the other
Should
side
have
to
gone
create
for
the
the
overlap,
switch.
but this is real pressure from Oilers on the breakdown. Kabarak gets possession.
Smuggled. That would be a smuggling.
Yeah, the smart would have gone to the other side to create the overlap.
He's
But
broken free.
I think that's Collins Okoth again.
Kabarak looking for their third.
Oilers under pressure here. Kabarak not creating that overlap that you'd think they would have now. You know, the passes are going to the floor. If you could just commit the play and release passes in the overlap, but they can't seem to be getting that overlap and the experience of Oilers coming through. But Victor said there was no release there. The referee Victor says no release from the player. I think Kabarak need to calm down here. I think there's an opportunity to score this one. You just need to calm down. But they're under real pressure. It's good defensive pressure here from the Menengai Oilers. As Kabarak also have a player down. Oilers need to hold their discipline here. Kabarak, as I said, that Kabarak just kick away possession and give it back to Oilers. Looks forward there to say, but referee Victor says play on. Looks an overlap here for Oilers. It shouldn't be the case, but the experience of Menengai Oilers showing through here, coming through. As we see there, Bradford, I beg your pardon, that's Cavoli, I think, just broke through. Was it? Chacha scores it eventually. It's difficult to play with 6 men, but I think Kabarak should have been a bit more patient. The experience again is showing there, or lack of it. They had an overlap. They chose to go to the shorter side where they use good defense. And Oilers just covered that and got possession and went over again and scored the try.
Tapped backwards, but lost forward as the center referee signals the scrum towards Kabarak.
Oilers back to the full complement.
And guess who comes onto the pitch? Builder Dogeta. Kabarak on the attack. The winger is asking for a kick. Shuffles through the defensive line, but Menengai Oilers remain resolute. Hawk-eyed on the threat that Kabarak University poses, attacking down the blind side. Probably not the best decisions to make. Still some space. Kabarak swinging it, probing for that weak defensive effort on the outside channels. Builder Dogeta in no man's land, but makes his way back to the defensive line. Kabarak, as the hooter sounds, Kabarak just looking to create 2v1 or 3v1s opportunities on the outside channels. Teddy Agutu loses his footing. Kabarak patient with ball in hand.
It's good possession here by the university students.
Yes, just piling up the faces, and they make a break for it. Just one defender to beat. Player off his feet. Counterattack attempt coming through. Kabarak recycling the ball quite well. Huge tackle there.
Grafin Zanala keeps possession. This sort of saying, Walter, they just need to commit the defenders and then release the ball. Their skills there, just letting them down, Kabarak. This is more of experience just lack of experience.
Yeah.
But fantastic spirit there from the boys from Kabarak.
Yeah, lack of experience, for lack of a better word, because they had an opportunity there, the dying embers of this game. Last play, could have consistently probed, but their handling skills let them down at the very last opportunity.
Yeah, those are some of the disappointing things you'd see that, you know, in the game of sevens. You'd think that if you get an opportunity to take out a team like Oilers, you take it full throttle. But Kabarak, they're just coming short and letting themselves down there with the you know, enforced errors and not just executing the simple overlaps that they had. There.
Yeah, those enforced errors mostly taking a toll. You can see that it was a tight game. I mean, Kabarak gave a good account of themselves. Unfortunately, that is where the experience, the quality came to the fore. So quite an interesting third round of games coming up. We have a short break, and Oscar, this is an opportunity for you to go probably have a look at the village. I mean, look at the partners who've come through the beautiful setup that we have here at the Mombasa Sports Club, and a quite interesting and a befitting way to start the SportPesa National 7 circuit this year.
Well, if you haven't already made your way here to the Mombasa Sports Club, there's a fantastic layout here done by chairman here, led by Roger Salai and his team, including Derek Omalo, who's a former international. Fantastic setup here. Pitch looking in mint condition. They were ready for this one, Walter. This is the start of the tournament series. I think they were ready for this one.
Most definitely. Don't you dare move a muscle, ladies and gentlemen. Sit back, relax, and enjoy. We'll be coming back to your screens in the next couple of minutes. This is the SportPesa National 7 Circuit 2025.
Ladies and gentlemen, all the way from Kenya's capital in Nairobi down to county 001 in Mombasa. Ukiangalia hapo nyuma, mandhari imeweza. SportPesa team tushawasili na tumekuja kuchafua mbaya. Presenting to you a new show called The Hard Tackle, where we'll be taking on everything in the 2025 SportPesa 7 circuit. My name is Ochieng Steven na siko peke yangu. Natembea tu na watoto wazuri na ukiangalia wacha yeye pia introduce hapo.
It's your girl CJ, and of course we're excited to be in Mombasa for the SportPesa 7 circuit. From exciting rugby, fire tackles, exciting talent, and of course sherehe. Hard Tackle starts now.
First, SportPesa came in a major way for the 2025 edition of the National 7 Circuit, sponsoring it to a tune of 15 million Kenyan shillings to take the title rights for a third year in a row. The first year, KCB walibeba Okombe. Second year, Kenya Harlequin wakaenda 12-year drought. Na this season, hatujui itakuwa nani who will lift the SportPesa 7 Circuit. So a lot of action imeexperiencewa, but wacha tusikie wasi wanasema wana expect nini in the 2025 edition. Tuende nayo stand.
What I'm looking forward to in the 7th circuit, of course, is tries. Kuna wasaki gongana as always. Patrick Odongo tries as always from last season, and my team, Strathmore Leos, winning one or two legs of the 7th circuit and winning the overall.
The biggest thing that I'm looking forward to is how will the teams use the data to improve themselves, and what insights will the data show us? Who will be some of the really undervalued players who will be shown from the data that the public won't be able to see? And obviously, it's when you select these players using the data for the national team, on the national stage, international stage, how will they perform?
6 circuits, different legs, we're traveling. Fun experience is going to be crazy. What fans should expect is amazing images, quality photography. Come through with your friends, kuja na mbogi, kuja na kila mtu, tukutane pale kwa ground.
Na mshasikia Mandla amesema wasiwa expect picha kali 90 wametushow tuone vile data ita play a part in players getting selected to the national teams after this SportPesa 7 circuit. Na Matoke na amesema anakufa na Leos yake 27 all day every day. Anyway, itakuwa interesting na tunataka kusikia wewe unaonaje SportPesa 7 circuit. Who do you think will win the overall crown? Tuchapie hapo kwa comment section na tunaweza kupatia a SportPesa gift hamper. Anyway, coming into Driftwood Sevens, Kenya Harlequin ndio wana come in as the most decorated side in this tournament. Wameishinda a staggering 13 times, followed by Mwamba and then KCB pia wako the third best in this tournament. But tukiangalia pale pools, pool A iko na Kenya Harlequin of course, hao ndio top seeds, hao ndio defending champions na hao pia ndio overall defending champions. Wako na Most, Black Blood na Mwamba. And then pool B iko na Braska, Kabras Sugar, Catholic Monks, Nakuru and Impala. And then pool C iko na KCB, Nondes, Falcons na Mombasa Sports Club who are the hosts. Pool D tunamaliza na Oilers, Strathmore, Stallions na Kabarak University. So even your action itakuwa on the pitch, but as you know, rugby manze si kila kitu tu on the pitch. Off the pitch pia tuko na CJ representing na acha tupeleke na rada.
So preparations zenyu za Driftwood Sevens zimekuaje?
The best word I can use to describe the preparation is it's been adequate preparation and very intentional.
Nice. And how are you feeling? You personally as the captain wa KCB, una feel aje?
Well, it's a big honor to represent such a big club, such a big brand, and I'm feeling really honored by this moment. And considering the mood in the camp and myself, we are very ready and we are excited, and we can't wait for the moment. Basically, this year we are looking up to dominating each and every task that's ahead of us. Last season was a bit shaky, we slipped a bit, but we've come prepared this time round, and the word we have in the camp is dominance.
Well, we've had some good weeks of training with the team. We have a pretty young team this time, and I'm pretty confident in the boys because they have shown good character during training. You know, we've had a good outing with them during the rough and tough, so we're expecting to see some good results better than what we had last season.
Mombasa, how Mombasa is known, this is a holiday destination. Players, fans and all stakeholders usually look forward to come to Mombasa to celebrate rugby and also promote the culture of sports in the community.
Na majamaa, mmesikia Kenya captains wamesema wako ready mbaya. Na utamu wa Sevens ni nini? Utamu wa Sevens ni tour. Na tour ni nini? Tour ni kujibamba. You know the vibes. Na unaweza nitaje CJ wa ma vibes.
Ati nini?
CJ wa ma vibes. CJ wa ma vibes.
Watu tumesema nifanya nini?
Ni kujibamba.
Utamu wa tour ni kujibamba ma guys. Tushakula shawarma, tumekula kachiri, tumekunywa ukwaju,
mabuyu.
Kila kitu nakwambia mwanangu. First stop imekuwa Mombasa hapa, na after hapa unajua tu rugby si serious on the pitch, off the pitch tuko serious pia.
Na mimi mnipate pale sherehe ama ni aje?
And ladies and gentlemen, that is the first episode of the Hard Tackle brought to you by SportPesa, covering all the 6 outings in the 2025 SportPesa National 7 Circuit. Wacha tuone itakuwaje. Will Queens defend their title or will another seed come and dominate in Mombasa? That has been me, Ochieng Steven, na CJ pia amesema kwaheri. See you in the next one.
Whatever that we were feeling wakati tulikuwa tunaandika, wakati producer anashikilia zile keyboard, kuna adrenaline fulani inakaa. Una feel too I'm supporting the right thing.
This was then chairman Dr. Manduki. When I said Shabana, I never knew it's going to be so big. My main point was to help those players, the young players. But I never imagined that we'd come to this standard. Uniform. They watch here. Yeah.
Hapa sasa hivi hii building yote inaitwa Market Plaza, lakini zamani ilikuwa inaitwa Shabana Hardware. Kila kitu kilikuwa kinafanyika kwa hili duka, kila kitu unakuja hapa. Mishahara, allowances.
Niliingia Shabana mwaka wa 1983. Dream yangu ingekuwa primary nichezee timu kubwa. Ndio Shabana wakaniona, nikaona sasa dream yangu imetimika.
Are you ready to perform tomorrow? Sawa. Tujikumbushe tena bado jamaa. Tumesema tunaenda kwa hiyo game tukiwa wounded because we need maximum points.
Patikana Kakamega Homeboys. Walikuwa na Joana Alice Brown Michira Mikiro.
Nadhani ilikuwa dream si yote mwenye alikuwa around na mtu yote mwenye anapenda Shabana. Tukapanda ligi. Juu ni kitambo sana Shabana imekuwa kwa premier. Mimi mwenyewe nilikuwa na feel poa sana.
Fataki! Na imependeza mpaka Massachusetts kule.
Mimi kama mzazi wa mchezaji kwa Shabana najifunia sana juu aliingia tu kidogo wakaenda Premier League. Hata wakati anacheza hata mimi naona ni vizuri mtoto wangu ako kwa Premier League.
Shabana has become the brand. One of the major struggles was getting to revive Shabana and getting the people to come back and embrace the community club. With that, it also came the financial aspect. We struggled for so many years to now getting a sponsor. Our fans have come back to the stadium. I feel that we are achieving the dream that we had as Shabana.
The journey continues. Every contribution counts, from the player on the field to the fans in the stands, and even our journalists telling our stories to the world. We aim to recognize, appreciate, and empower your dreams through providing part of support you need to achieve your dreams. Introducing Tujiamini. Let's believe in ourselves.
Sasa unaona huyu ni jamaa na struggle sana na bundles za Kabeberi kwa zile platform zingine. Ajui ukirejista na SportPesa bundles unapewa free. Ndio? Unaona? Ndio?
What does it mean to beat the odds? It's about courage, belief, and seizing every opportunity that comes your way. Kwa while you're betting, it's not just about taking risks. Ni kuturn challenges into triumphs. Behind every win, kuna jani iko filled with dreams, determination, and defying the odds. Meet some of our incredible winners who dared to dream big and turn their bold bets into extraordinary wins. These are real people who took on the big challenge and came out on top. Their stories remind us that as SportPesa, we are made of winners. Na sisi ni factory ya mamilionea. With every bet, unakaribia the big mega seat. So, uko ready to beat the odds hii season? Enda pale ke.sportpesa.com. Ukwe the next mega millionaire. Karibu SportPesa. Beat the odds. Shinda sasa. What does it mean to beat the odds? It's about courage, belief, and seizing every opportunity that comes your way. Kwa while you're betting, it's not just about taking risks. Ni kuturn challenges into triumphs. Behind every win, kuna jani iko filled with dreams, determination, and defying the odds. Meet some of our incredible winners who dared to dream big and turn their bold bets into extraordinary wins. These are real people who took on the big challenge and came out on top. Their stories remind us that as SportPesa, we are made of winners. Na sisi ni factory ya mamilionea. With every bet, unakaribia the big mega seat. So, uko ready to beat the odds hii season? Enda pale ke.sportpesa.com. Ukue the next mega millionaire. Karibu SportPesa. Beat the odds. Shinda sasa. What does it mean to beat the odds? It's about courage, belief, and seizing every opportunity that comes your way. Kwa while you're betting, it's not just about taking risks. Ni kuturn challenges into triumphs. Behind every win, kuna jani iko filled with dreams, determination, and defying the odds. Meet some of our incredible winners who dared to dream big and turn their bold bets into extraordinary wins. These are real people who took on the big challenge and came out on top. Their stories remind us that as SportPesa, we are made of winners. Na sisi ni factory ya mamillionaire. With every bet, unakaribia the big mega seat. So, uko ready to beat the odds hii season? Enda pale ke.sportpesa.com. Ukue the next mega millionaire. Karibu SportPesa. Beat the odds. Shinda sasa. What does it mean to beat the odds? It's about courage, belief, and seizing every opportunity that comes your way. Kwa while you're betting, it's not just about taking risks. Ni kuturn challenges into triumphs. Behind every win, kuna jani iko filled with dreams, determination, and defying the odds. Meet some of our incredible winners who dared to dream big and turn their bold bets into extraordinary wins. These are real people.
Yep. We're rolling. SportPesa National 7th Circuit 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our third session of the day, brought to you courtesy of SportPesa, our sponsor for this year's National 7th Circuit. Doing it once again, just like they did it last year. However, this year, bigger and better. Dala clearly having recovered from that sting to the shoulder. Makes a remarkable recovery. Mwamba versus Kenyatta University's Black Blood. These two teams Dennis Dala, brother to Brian, who plies his trade. Remember, this tournament has both the Division 1 and Division 2 category. It had an under-18s tournament that was played on Friday. Today, being the first day of the senior category for the men, both the Division 1 and Division 2. Tapped quickly. Douglas Sifuna running a straight line. Mwamba staying strong. Cloud to George Ambale. Ambale steps back in. Tricky customer. Short, stout, strong. Bad pass there to Bryson Ogamba. Well recycled. Major Mulongo looking to test Mwamba on the outside channels. He's fast. He's a tricky customer, but Mwamba defending with the touchline and being successful. Thank you so much for joining us. Welcome to this year's live stream of this year's SportPesa National 7th Circuit. Pleased to have you from all over the world. Watu ya Lurambi tumekaribisha nyinyi, watu ya Nakuru, Kisii, diaspora, everyone else joining live. Thank you so much for joining. Remember, this is where the National Sevens Shujaa team draws its players from. And it's testament to everybody who's involved in the Shujaa setup, going back to their clubs and turning out this weekend. Most, if not all, except those that turned up for the Kenya 15s team, the likes of Samuel Asati and company. Pretty sure the likes of Griffin Chow will be relishing an opportunity to play here. That is a big fend by Bryson Ogamba. Try time. Black Blood. Blood 5. Blood 7. Mwamba 0. Time for Mwamba to respond. Lekim Kichoi. Lekim breaks. This one is a gone case. Goodbye. Try time, Mwamba. Complements it with a dive. That's a tricky customer, Eliakim Kichoi. Breaks and goes the full length to score Mwamba's response, having gone down to a converted try to Black Blood. Dala getting the extra 2 points. Mwamba 7, Black Blood 7. Quick tap. Ball is lost forward. Advantage is over. A foot race ensuing. Bryson Ogamba looking for the bounce. Tackled without the ball. Black Blood with the ball. Just a few meters out, just one pass out. One step away, and it's try time. Black Blood. Blood go over. Courtesy of Daniel Oyo. Daniel Oyo scores. They take the lead. Daniel Oyo looking to add the extra 2 points to his collective tally of 5. That brings it to 7. Beautiful conversion there. Calm, collected. Stepper can convert. That is Daniel Oyo, ladies and gentlemen. Let's look at this skill set. Let's see what he has in his locker. He can score. Can he take it 10? Is it high enough? Yes, it is. The chasers, however, not complementing the kick. The kick is as good as its chase. Aldrin Adanje passes it to Eugene Ojiambo. Eugene Ojiambo is well apprehended. Mwamba, Dala goes out to the big man. Mwamba with a penalty. That is Alexander Gashiri making the break there. Pull back, tackle. That was a very strong defensive effort there. Some of those very painful tackles, the tackle from behind, where you just lose your feet and you fall forward. Fitting the scrum is Charles Chege. Charles Chege takes the ball out, comes round, wide pass to Eugene Ojiambo. Ladies and gentlemen, that is Eugene Ojiambo. Eugene Ojiambo, aka Messi. Good mover with ball in hand. Kept talking about him, one that really dazzles with an opportunity just like he did there. Welcome back, Oscar.
That was a good score. Good job. Can you believe it? He missed the conversion. As we see the replay there, with try by Eugene Ojiambo.
Clean pair of heels there on the outside, show and go. Stepped the man on the outside, finished well. And
it was a well hard try, but I think Dennis Mayala missed the center post conversion there. And that's the difference, the score.
Yeah, that's the difference.
Another coach killer?
Definitely, that's a coach killer. Because they would be tied at 14-all.
By the way of this first half, seemingly even imbalanced, you'd have expected Mayala to have that conversion over, but the pressure also does tell at this time of the day, and Blood just edging Mumbai at halftime, 14 points. It's only one, listen. It's only one. Resume second half here. Kick off by Daniel Leo. Is that knocked on? Went back, referee says. It's a good contest there by Blood to the racks. Mwamba sent it wide. Good wide pass there by Mwamba. Very confrontational. That rack clearance. But come across here. Another rack as Eliakim comes to play the dummy half. Sent wide here. Mamba keep possession here and use a good width, full width of the pitch. That looks like a loose pass, but referee says it was a knock on. It was good end-to-end play there and some carry in the middle of the field, but it was a loose pass, but they have a chance to do that all over again. Substitution by Mwamba. Coming in, looks to be German Ochieng coming in. Mwamba approximately 20 meters out of the Black Blood trial idea. Referee signals for time back on.
You know, sometimes, Oscar, it's always intriguing. I always want to understand the coach's mind. What makes the coach make a decision to substitute a player and all that? I've just seen Mwamba pull out one of those big boys who's been wreaking havoc on the other wing. Maybe an injury substitution, or you are a coach.
Sometimes it's tactical play. I've seen a lot of teams using it is a sort of fitness demand for that, but they also have their role here. These players, so I think it's more about tactics, and it depends from coach to coach.
Yeah, it depends from coach to coach. Black Blood opting to kick the ball, just trying to ease out pressure. That is Eugene Ojiambo. I want you to watch this kid with ball in hand. He's been tackled. Good presentation of the ball, coming in from the side clearly. That's a good contest, but referee didn't see any of that. Pretty sure the linesman has, the assistant referee has talked to the center referee. The advantage is being played. That's good communication coming in through the side. Let's see the call by the referee. Yes, coming through the side. That's a coach killer.
Well, not really. I mean, if you're desperate, they've conceded possession there, but gained territory, and they were trying to get back the ball. We've seen teams using this tactic. Mombasa does it as well. They kicked the ball, and they're trying to get the ball back, but they were just adjudged to have come from the side there. Black blood. Charles Chege with a scrum put in here for Mwamba, with Dennis Dahlia just coming behind the scrum here, and Dala
First receiver.
gets the ball and sends it out.
Mutugi.
Well turned over there by Black Blood. Eugene just caught in possession. Oh, he's
Things spoken back to the referee.
Now this will be tough for Mwamba. This is
Coach Killer.
This is really tough because I think it's Eugene who's been carded there.
Yeah, it's Eugene. He probably sprayed.
I think he held on to the ball for too long, and referees had given the penalty to Black Blood, but he continued holding on to the ball. And it's a cynical foul there by Eugene, and he's...
No, I think he said something back to the referee.
Could be.
Yeah. And he's atoning for his mistake. 2 minutes in the bin. Sevens with its correctional methods. Jail for you here is 2 minutes. That is Ambale who makes a break, but is well handled. Not coming through the gate.
Dala with the tackle.
Holding on. Dala earlier on had a shock to the shoulder in the last game they played.
Well, as we said that Blood are carded here. Referee having none of that, I think, was a similar incident to Eugene.
Cloud Nyamiro. Yeah, that is Cloud Nyamiro. Sent to the bin.
Look, I think the referee is a bit too strict there.
I didn't see what he did.
I mean, I wish we could see a replay of that. I don't know what Nyamiro did there, but the referee was having none of it. I think he tried to slow down. I think he was trying to slow down the ball after having given the penalty. I think he was trying to slow down the ball, so the referee will have none of that. Well, at worst, at least there's consistency from the referee on both sides.
Charles Chege comes out. Brian Mutugi. That is a good pass.
This is last play here. Mamba will need to score. You have to be very patient here as Eliakim chooses to carry. Is out, that ball out? No. This is pressure time, malaria time as they call it. Walter.
Yes, Chege. Well apprehended. Turnover, but not sure what the referee. Referee giving Mwamba some lifeline.
It does as Eugene Ojambo comes back onto the pitch.
That is 7v6. Last play.
And now they have 7v6
and
last
it
play.
is a scrum to them.
It's a scrum to Mwamba.
It's time for us to see that execution.
Yes, and I think they split the pitch here, will they?
I mean, this says a lot. If they are able to execute this, it says a lot about Mwamba going into this weekend.
I see Coach Lavina Yimba here making a tactical substitution, and it looks like they're splitting the pitch here, forcing Black Blood to defend. All the players have to come out, and therefore the scrum half will be free on the scrum. Let's see if they're able to execute a simple catch and pass. Oh, it's good line break there from Black Blood. They come off the scrum very well, Black Blood, and put a lot of pressure on that Mwamba ball. I think that's a turnover. No, referee says release.
Confirmed.
Mwamba do keep possession, but they're not committing the players, and passes to the floor makes it difficult for Eliakim to pick it up, but he does pick it up. The well-experienced Eliakim does a ruck at the end. Good pressure again there from Black Blood. This is interesting here, Walter.
Yes? That is Eugene.
Yeah, it's Eugene.
He's
Jambo.
looking to atone for his mistake.
He's held up, Eugene.
He's held up,
The Mamba players can't join. If they do join here, this
And that
becomes
is
a
it.
mole.
That is it.
And that looks like the end there.
That is the end.
Some disappointment there from Joseph Odoyo. Looks very disappointed with his teammate Eugene. They have to leave him. Eugene has to get his team out of this one. If they join, this one becomes a mole, so they'll try and get him out. Blackbird. I think the simple thing here for Blackbird to do is to walk him out of the field.
Quite unlucky
Joseph
for
Odoyo seems to
Eugene.
be tempted to join here to make something of this. Eugene will have to be
Quite unlucky for Eugene. He got
make it
seen
difficult
in,
here.
and then he's the one being dragged into
This
touch.
is unfortunate. Yeah,
That's
that
it.
would be double jeopardy there from Eugene Ojambo.
And there you have it. Our center referee signals for the end of that one. Full-time scores. Black Blood 14. Mwamba RFC.
But I know sometimes it's very easy from the sidelines to be a little bit harsh on the players, but the other 6v7 there with the scrum, the last play to go.
They opted
about
to attack.
about 25 meters away from the tie line.
They actually opted to attack the blind side
As opposed
instead
to
of
going to the
testing the open side.
Correct.
And then dropping back as quickly as possible to again go.
And to be fair to Black Blood, that was good defense because
yes, brilliant. The only
proper
opportunity
tight and
actually,
drop or the loose forward came out immediately.
the margins are this. If they had allowed that guy knees to hit the floor and the ball went out, Mwamba would have scored. But because he got in, wasn't strong enough, he was held up, they joined in, it now became from a 50-50 position, not actually 50-50, 30-70 in favor of Mwamba, it then became a 70-30 flip. So they had to sneak that ball away from that mole and then probably garner something. So, I mean, execution, and that separates a good team.
Close margins,
from an excellent side.
Close margins, really close margins, and we see Impala here kicking off versus Nakuru Athletic Clubs. Good hanging kickoff there by Impala, but Nakuru are equal to the task.
Nakuru on the attack. Wide pass.
Wide pass to looked a little bit forward, but
looking for the winger.
It's good possession play from Nakuru, but Impala do a turnover. Referee says from the side. Nakuru looking for touch there, but it doesn't go out. Matoke there with the tackle for Impala. Have to work hard in defense here. Is that a turnover from Impala? I think it is. It's a good turnover there for Impala eventually, as they look to spread the ball and attack, do an attack of their own. Good defense here, tackle, big tackle there from Nakuru RFC, but Impala keep possession. Quinto Ongo there sent down, but the referee says Quinto Ongo held on to the ball. There's him. After a desperate attempt there by Quinto Ongo to turn over that ball, maybe he shouldn't have gone to that track. It was already secured.
Bodies. Chris Ojuang.
Yeah, the rack was already won by Nakuru there. I think Quinto should just have shifted to his left to make that blind side a bit more difficult for Nakuru, but because he was committed to the rack, made it easier for the Nakuru player to just come around and then offload to Christie and Tojuang. Nakuru, this one, 7 points to 0, kick-off. Impala trying to play out of their 22 areas, risky rugby here, but Quinto Ongo using all of his experience. Matoka with the ball now. Matoka stepping. Matoka still keeping possession, but it's brought down by Nakuru. Yeah. Quinto sending it out.
Hey, what is happening here?
It's
But isolated.
After a good run down the wing there.
That was Trevor Opondo.
Was Trevor that way, yeah?
Yeah.
I think he's penalized for holding on.
The tackle was complete. He never got to his feet.
He tried to get up with his feet. He tried to
Yeah.
place the ball and get up with his feet, but referee says he prevented a contest in the ruck. Nakuru choose to go for the set piece with the kick out for a line out. Nakuru. Would you say this is evenly balanced?
I wouldn't say it's evenly balanced. Both sides have a clue to what exactly they need to do. You can see Impala are not shying away from the battle. Much as they are trailing, they've had a line break. Nakuru themselves physical whenever they need to be, and because you might find one of these teams yellow carded and then the scales are tilted slightly, but so far so good for the two teams.
As we will see, Impala, they are penalized for a high tackle. Again, Nakuru exit for line out. Game of inches here for Nakuru Sports Club. They choose to use their penalties to go for touch. I think they have more confidence in their line out. Oh, it's a good line out take there by Akoth Felix.
Good tackle there. Ball is taken back the open side.
They choose to go back the open as opposed to finishing. Oh, they knock on Nakuru, so it's an advantage here. Impala. Quinto Ongo with the ball.
Gideon Makumi backtracks to go forward.
I think it's held up. I think that's a.
And the referee having none of that.
Is that a penalty? No. This is a fair contest.
She never even thought about it.
Yeah, exactly. She
didn't even.
I think she saw that as a fair contest. The referee.
Yeah.
Makumi Gideon was trying to kick and chase there, but the referee didn't see anything wrong. Nakuru got a line out, but we go into the half year with a slender lead by Nakuru. Nakuru lead this one 7 points to 0.
That is Masi Dudi, who is our center referee. Oscar, Nakuru converted. They took their chance. They converted. Impala have also looked. They've tried knocking, but there's no clear-cut chance created in terms of creating opportunities to score.
Well, they are getting opportunities. A couple of times Quinto Ongo has been on the ball, but he doesn't seem to go for just sort of, stopping and turning. Impala do have about 10 debutants from these 13 players, debutants for Impala in this tournament, but they are struggling. I think they've lost 2 games so far, is it? Yes, they've lost 2 games so far, so this is a really tough day one for Impala. Nakuru look a bit confident here for this one. Both teams were in the rough and tough tournament. a couple of weeks ago, and each of them with sort of different outcomes from that tournament. I think Nakuru will feel confident on this one as they lead Impala here. It's a slender lead, just one score, a converted try, and it could mean something else, but so far the men from Nakuru with an advantage.
And as evening draws, Oscar, what part of the evening festivities do you look forward to the most?
The only part of the evening I look forward to, of course, is rehydration after having been in the sun the whole day. So get my water and my salts back in the system. That's the priority.
What about touring Mombasa? You know, I hear it comes alive at night. Street food, you know.
After all, as we see Gideon Makumi being penalized for holding on to the ball, and Nakuru play quickly, and this is just a simple reaction here poor reaction from Impala.
Tiongo
James Tiongo, I think that was James Tiongo. He had enough time for his teammate there to step, lose his footing. No defender inside from Impala there, and James Tiongo gives Nakuru an additional 5 points, and they lead this one 12 points to 0 as we see the conversion going wide. Walter, you're talking about tourism in Mombasa. Impala right now,
tourists
looking.
Are you saying they are tourists?
Not at all.
Right from day one.
Not at all, Walter. I mean, they're here for, it's business for them.
They are in business.
As we see there, Aduvate making a line break, pass back into Matoka and under the post. And all of a sudden the game is back as a contest now.
Yes, the game is back. Matoka scoring at the black dot to get the conversion closer and successful. At the end of all that, I mean, it's a 2-game difference. It was a 2-game score. I did tell you that at some point those 2 points come to really bite.
Yes, they do. And we see the substitutions being done. We see Patrick Muli and I think Derek Kinyari coming in here. The coach wants to see some impact here. More distribution you get from Patrick. Is Patrick coming in?
Wainaina. That's Patrick Wainaina. What's his name?
Muli.
Patrick Muli.
Yes, Patrick Muli. Just hard there by Advati. Tricky customer there.
It's a high tackle. Yeah, high tackle.
I think it's a high tackle advantage being played here. It's that long pass.
Nakuru, for their safety, need to score next.
I think so. Impala will not to turn over that one. I think they do. The referee says the turnover is good, but the advantage is still being played. This at the end where I think it was Aduvate who was adjudged.
Because touch, they have a very tall fella in Felix. I don't know if he's still on the pitch, but I don't think Wang.
Yeah, they are under pressure here, so they want to exit. The lineup has worked out for them, so why change a working strategy? As we see some more substitutions for Impala there with Jerome Mikisi, I beg your pardon. Coming in, I think, from Matoka. Yeah, went short, I think. He didn't go. I think there's confusion here with from the referee. Yes, the ball didn't go 5. Yeah, the AR Victor there just telling the referee that the lineup didn't go 5. So it's Impala ball as Victor Muli sends it wide for Impala to build something here.
Impala on the attack, looking for that response. Player holding on. And I mean, the breakdown, Oscar, the breakdown has become so critical. You can see that that is an opportunity snapped away from Impala. I mean, it's a microsecond that you give an oncoming defender space, a juggler, and the ball is gone.
Some teams are really good at that. You know, the assistant tackler comes in there quickly. Other teams, the tackler, you know, quickly releases and comes back and contests. But I was talking to some of the coaching staff for some of the teams, and they are lamenting, some of them, that referees are inconsistent in how they're calling it. They feel that some referees are allowing too much there with it looks like a high tackle, but distributing out. Still, referee still playing advantage. Kumi plays it quickly, but the referee says not on the mark as Impala's brought back. Yes, I was saying that some of the coaching staff are complaining that the referees are calling it inconsistently. Sometimes the assistant player is coming in and becoming an assistant tackler rather, and therefore he too has to release as opposed to coming to jackal. But again, these are fine margins, as you'd imagine, because a lot of teams are allowing you to go to the end and then putting pressure on that edge play. If you go to end, and some teams also avoiding that risk, take the rack in the middle of the field, or have no rack at all. Oilers also sometimes avoid the racks.
If you go to the edge, you risk turnover, isolation, right? You go to the middle, you also risk a turnover. So where do you play? So
it depends on the support play. Like Impala, you have to go into the middle, and then what they did is they brought the player coming around, support player coming around. You see Christie being tackled into touch there. So sometimes they take it in the middle, and then the forward players come around. Hopefully that you'll have more numbers when you come around the corner. But yes, as you said, it's a risk. But here's the other thing: how do you take contact? You know, are you taking contact in your terms as an attacking player? Because if you go to the edges, like Jeremy Mkisi did there, and you're right at the 18 or the tram line, as they call it, you assume that is Reru, the railway lines. Yeah. So if you play with the 15 and the 5, then Mkisi was just bundled out there, and then
a coach's view from our very own Oscar Osir.
Those racks and turn over
Kick
the ball.
It out.
But they're doing well in Nakuru to keep possession, and he says that there was a high tackle before
prior.
that.
7.
Nakuru RFC there, but they get to be closer as we get towards the end of the game.
I know your heart. I know where your heart is.
Of course, I mean, it's no secret that I'm an Impala supporter, but Walter, just in case you don't have all your history facts, I'm also a Mombasa supporter, the Kenya Rugby supporter. I have had the privilege to play and coach for Mombasa Sports Club.
Yes, all that. But we were having a conversation about the just ended game and the result, and you know, well, too near, yet too far.
Yeah, so it's a poor start to the series for Impala, and it's a good win, to be fair to Nakuru.
But who has looked as sharp as they should?
I think you'd say KCB have. I think all round they had a bit of a scare from the team that's on the field right now. Daystar, but they weathered the storm and came through that one unscathed. But again, it's just day one. But I would say, for me, KCB looked comfortable so far today.
KCB have looked comfortable. I guess Cabras too, because Cabras have been solid, and the forwards, Kevin Wekesa has been very strong. William Wanji has been quite strong too. They've had a revelation in Roy Maruti, the flyer, is it number 9?
Yes.
I mean, Siketi is playing well, however, he's not playing in the natural position where you'd expect him to play. Lame Kambetsa has had flashes. I mean, for top contention, we can also have Kenya Harlequins in that picture.
I think so. I mean, remember, they are the defending champions.
Yes.
So you have to show respect
I mean, it wouldn't make sense for us to talk about this tournament without them because they come alive on match day 2. They're seasoned. They know their way around winning tournaments. So, yeah, I mean, for you to count out Kenya Harlequins, well, maybe their strike has gone down slightly, strike rate, because it's the first tournament. Nobody's really in full gear because, let's be honest, we could have a surprise winner here because it's match day 1. Guys are trying to put in the work, get accustomed back into the sevens, maybe climax in terms of fitness in probably the 3rd or 4th leg. So it's quite a challenge for teams this weekend.
It is, but remember, all teams who are vying for the National 7 Series Championship would want to have a good start from the first tournament. It does help. There are series winners to win the series. We've seen that. So sometimes a slow start, but it does help to have a healthy start. As we see KCB looking good in day 1, but again, as you say, things can change very quickly in the game of sevens.
Yeah, definitely. Things do change very quickly. For instance, this game that we are currently following, I don't think Patrick started this one. He's probably taken a breather for this. That is a try for Daystar Falcons. Try scored by number 22, ladies and gentlemen. That is Arnold Agonda, shoving his way through the defense to score the opening points of this game. Mombasa Sports Club can take a lot of positives from this. I mean, not taking anything away from them or not really disrespecting them. They are not a tournament favorite in terms of winning this. However, you look at what they've been able to present here in terms of a tournament. I think this is really commendable.
And they are, I've been really impressed with this team. You would have expected that teams would run them over, but they've been playing very well. Mombasa Sports Club, especially Newton Malenya. There, I mean, he's a really good ball carrier. Doesn't look like one of the biggest players on the field, but he does get away with it here, as we see Hilary Munga there trying to make some headway, but now it's turned over by Daystar. Yes, they've done well.
Advantage.
I mean, Anthony, their coach Anthony Ndegwa, who I also coached when I was here a couple of years ago, has done a good. At the 2 divisions lower here than Daystar, is giving a good account of themselves in the sevens.
But Daystar just went a level up this season. They've not even played Kenya Cup. These guys are on the same level. These are championship teams, as far as we are concerned.
I think Mombasa did come. These 2 teams know each other. Then they are sort of evenly matched.
Good tackle there.
It's a good tackle.
Good recycling.
Bad Mangemi was just running down the wing there. Mombasa stringing some passes here.
Balls hanging in the air. Big fend there.
I talked about Newton Malenya there, who is a nifty character.
It's a good attack. Big fashioned by Mombasa. Mombasa just needing to keep the ball, be patient with ball in hand, just swing. The gap will opportunity will definitely come at some point. Keep changing direction. And just like that, that is Newton Malenya. Speaking of the man, cometh the man, cometh the legend.
Cometh the hour, definitely cometh the man. And Newton has been doing that across all the games that they've played. It didn't matter who their position was, so that's a mark of a player who's confident, has self-confidence. And like I said earlier, Mombasa giving a good account of themselves. Yeah. And this is the difference. I mean, earlier I think we saw Kabarak when they had some good possession against Oilers. You know, some of the teams that were coming from the lower divisions, you would say they just need to sort of keep their wits about them, make sure that they may keep the basics, keep possession, let the ball go to hand, catch, end, pass, run straight, fix the defender.
And sides that you're now a big boy and you can be called a big team.
For me, I think I'd simplify that. It's just how many games you win in terms of the
Is it
first
win
league.
or the execution?
To be fair, that argument I know is one of the biggest arguments we're having in Kenya Rugby right now, where what are you executing? Players just run straight, then you have a poor defender, and then you score a try, and that seems to be an option in terms of just running straight, as opposed to if you have a 2v1, just fix. Every club would want to consider themselves a big team, but I think a big team is one that goes out, wins tournaments, wins championships. In the context of the championship, the lower leagues for some time, they've earned the promotion to Kenya Cup. They have a world-class player in Patrick Odongo in the field.
Yeah.
If that was to measure, then that would call it a big team.
Second half, a slim 2-point difference between Mombasa Sports Club and the Daystar Falcons. Still no sign of Patrick Odongo. That is Olile.
Well, they may not need him here.
That is Olile.
Well, they may not need him here. Daystar.
Vincento Muroka.
Daystar.
Vincento Muroka.
Step back in. Step back in.
Olile. Clinton, again, maybe you're tired. And then you see Patrick. Maybe you're tired. And then you see Patrick making his way onto the pitch.
As we see him, Daystar preparing for hardness, this will be difficult for Daystar. It's 3v1 here from Sports Club and Daystar.
That kicking the ball away, because in sevens you lose that opportunity to attack by kicking away possession. That is, the ball beats the man. The Daystar Falcons players on that Daystar team.
Yeah, some really good talents. They make also another substitution, bringing in talents. They make also another substitution, bringing in Nathan Sindoli. What I talked about kicking, but in the World Series, Kenya and South Africa are perhaps one of the teams that kick a lot more than anybody else. As Odongo gets on the ball a lot more than anybody else. As Odongo gets on the ball.
Guess who? Bye-bye. Guess who? Bye-bye.
Let's give some credit to Mombasa Sports Club, but the outcome is really, really difficult for them when you have the caliber of Patrick Odongo on the field. As Odongo seems to be on second gear here.
He's
as it
not
goes
even
under
second
the
gear,
post.
probably. That's probably fourth gear.
Show some respect.
Please.
The quality of the team seems to show once Patrick is on the field. So do the tries come in as well.
I think they have really impressed me today. There's Obuya, another flyer.
Thinking about sevens.
Chris Obuya.
There is no substitution for speed, Walter. If you don't get your man, then your man gets the try. It's as simple as that.
One of the kids you also need to keep an eye on is that Obuya boy. Yeah? same as that. Future. I mean, it's down now to the coaching and, of course, the imparting of the skills to develop them from this level to next level.
Yeah, Walter, if you're a selector, I guess that will be your view.
There goes Obuya once again.
As we see Obuya here,
he's just doing this for his. I mean, it's
doing what he was supposed to come and do on the field.
I mean, it's not even a contest.
Well, it was up to the first 7 minutes, but we can see why these two players were kept out and brought in at this.
And that is the coaching masterstroke.
Then that's where the tactics come in. They start showing some respect there to Mombasa Sports Club by bringing in Patrick Odongo and Chris Obuya, both of whom is the university. It was a contest, you would argue, before that substitution.
Yeah.
Obuya, Odongo and Sinoli. Sindoli. Mombasa with the ball. Get a penalty from a scrum penalty. They start having infringed to the winger. Eventually they do, but in the end here for Daystar, Walter, even though it was a bit close in the first 7 minutes.
Game of two halves. Decent run out there for Daystar. Very good execution, quality in depth. If they qualify for the cup quarters, we should watch out for Daystar.
I think it'll be interesting to see the statistics and how the numbers look like, or the tables look like now, as we go into the business end of day one. But Daystar there gave Mombasa Sports Club some false hope in the first half, that he seemed balanced, but the critical substitutions in the end there, Sindoli coming in, Obuya and Odongo, and the three players made a huge difference here, finishing the score there at 26 points to Daystar, Mombasa Sports Club 5.
This now is simu yako ni type C. Sijui kama hapa kuna socket na nini, angalia hapo mbele. Big break there by Zulik Buyuni for Stallions. Try time, Stallions. Stallions take the lead. Stallions going over for the opening score. Zulik Buyuni bringing the scores. As the conversion is successful, Cedric Ebenezer getting the extra 2 for the Stallions. Stallions 7, Kabarak University 0. Well, this is the third round. The game's coming thick and fast. The evening descending upon the city of Mombasa as the restart by Lawrence Dungu doesn't meet the required 10 meters. Tapped. David Obiero breaks the line, sees the try line. Ball is knocked on by the Stallions.
Yeah, this is what I was saying earlier, Walter. I mean, the line break there by, I think it was Obiero. He just needed to cool the jets there, Obiero. There was good support coming on the inside. If you just cool the jets slightly and then look up and inside pass, they could have had a bit more continuity. Just some of the little things we're saying that the difference in terms of experience as intentional, but this looked like a tackle attempt there. I think it was a tackle attempt by Brandon Ndieki. And the referee gave him the benefit of the doubt.
Yes, yes.
Evenly matched.
That Kabarak has
evenly matched.
That Kabarak has thrown at them. So Stallions have an edge thrown at them. So Stallions have an edge slightly. I mean, friends, now the execution bit. That one.
You know, it was very confrontational there at the end. At the edge of the pitch, they're just trying to keep possession. Stallions the ball and give Kabarak.
Well, Wallaby fan. Wallaby fans.
That should have been out, but
Oscar, you're a Wallaby fan, and today, Oscar, you're a Wallaby fan, and today was match day 2 for the British and Irish Lions tour.
That looks like an intentional knock-on as we.
Yeah, clearly.
That looks intentional.
Clearly.
But the referee says it's just advantage knock-on.
That is Zulik Buyuni. We'll hold the thought about the British and Irish Lions. Let's finish this game fast.
That is exactly what we need to do, Walter, as we see a line break here.
That is Shamala.
By Shamala celebrating before the try.
Shamala. Duncan.
It's a good possession rugby there from Stallions Rugby.
What about the celebrations? I've seen quite a number today. Which one has impressed you? You know, guys are dancing, others are doing signs. You know, I mean, post-try celebrations, that is.
I think they're all nice. I think they're all fanfare. It's always good to, enjoy the moment. After all, we are in literally the city in the sun. Mombasa here. It's cooling. The temperatures are cooling a bit more now. It's
time for the crowd to show
yes,
up.
I think the teams will enjoy this level of temperature. The games coming after this are quite evenly matched. That for you, but and the fans are strolling in now. Stadium a bit more busier and colorful, as you can see for yourself. And we do have, after the last game here, we do have some fanfare for you.
You see the fans there in the stands.
It's a good time to visit Mombasa, by the way, Walter. This is the coolest time of the year in Mombasa.
Is it?
As opposed to January, February, early in the year.
Yeah.
As you get a good shot there of some of the fans on the grounds.
These ones are having a time of their lives.
Look, they say you can never go wrong in Mombasa, whether there's rugby or not. You know, it's always nice to come down here. They do have a lot of places to visit and places to go. It is also a very commercial town. Mombasa, of course, is where the entry of commercial entry of Kenya, the port here in Mombasa. Where would you say we are? Are we in Ganjoni or Mbaraki? Because some parts of the grounds are in the Ganjoni neighborhood and the other parts are in Mbaraki.
I wish I knew, Oscar. I would definitely have given that answer. Second half, scores tied at 7 apiece between Stallions and Kabarak.
That's homework for you, Walter, there.
Yeah, I'll come back with an answer tomorrow. And
I think Stallions have turned this over. Walter, I know we said they're maybe not evenly matched, but the scores say different.
The scores actually say they are evenly matched. So it's time now to see who's able to execute. I mean, this is why we're here. We've come to watch some good sevens rugby. Interesting to see how they've developed. Both these sides were very good last season. Kabarak probably finished as Division 2 overall winner. That is why they were promoted and won the last tournament. Stallions were in the Division 1 category almost the whole season. Remember, these tournaments offer promotion relegation criteria, and much as day one has panned out or turned out the way it has, the promise for a better season for sevens this year comes on day 2.
Yes, good light speed pressure there from
ball is open.
Stallions. The ball is out. I think that, yeah, I think is knocked on. Still Stallions rugby. Yes, Walter, and it does help to have sponsors like SportPesa who bring this tournament or the 7 series live to you. It helps also with the teams. They can always pick out some of these video clips. I know teams and technical bench of the teams that really appreciate these videos to evaluate and see how they can improve, not just from one tournament to the other, but from one game to the other.
Yes. And it's interesting, you know, you go to a professional setup, they have quality production for their training sessions where they're able to pick. I mean, you do analysis of a player, you have all the details that you need for you to make a decision in terms of a call-up or in terms of, choosing the national team. So, SportPesa have done quite well. This opportune platform for our national team coaches who are looking for players who are, as David Obiero feeds off that ball kicked by Cedric Abiniza, try times, Stallions.
Walter, earlier you were saying you're not a good fan of these kicks, but that was a kick and score moment there from Stallions.
Yes.
I guess the issue is the tactical kicking, perhaps, that you're sure you've got somebody to chase.
The kick is as good as its chaser.
It does, but it can be a good pressure reliever. But in this case, the Stallions were attacking, and they noticed that they have an overlap with Kabarak defenders in between, and he chose to do a cross kick, which worked very well for.
Speaking of relieving pressure, if you kick that ball from your own 22-yard and you don't run and put everyone on side, much as it's gone out, these guys could take a quick line out and still attack you where you decided to stay, right?
True, but we have seen, that's a good point, Walter, but we have seen...
Really respond on that. Kenya Simba, just in the just concluded Rugby Africa Cup, they scored first half. We didn't rush up. Uganda took it quick. Philip Okorach and Adrian Casito combined through the middle. They end. A kick can be done, but if there's no chase, it's as good as suicide.
You know, the former All Blacks coach, Gordon Tijens, used to say that in sevens kicking is only for karate, because he was not a fan of kicking, but over the years, tactical kicking, I'd say, has become a real mainstay of Sevens Rugby. The current Argentina coach, Santiago Gomez Cora, scored a lot of tries, and for many years he was a top try scorer.
Kick and
most
chase.
of his tries were kick and chase. So it has his place in sevens. I mean, the numbers would say that. Of course, the example you've given in 15s, also we've seen a lot of kicking. But yes, the chase helps. But sometimes you need to relieve pressure, no matter the circumstances. So also a good kick, as well, you have to execute a good kick as well. But all these are part of the game now in sevens. Tijens may have had his views, but kicking is here to stay. Kenya Sevens does use a lot of kicking, and one of our best players, Patrick Odonga, and one of the best players in the world, has scored many tries off some really good kicks as well. And Amaitsa, I think, has also scored some tries from kicks. Stallions just edging Kabarak here as we go under 1 minute. I think there's some substitutions here, but we resume play again with about 35 seconds to go here for Kabarak to catch up and maybe go ahead if they convert with the scrum here in the halfway. They do keep possession here, Kabarak. Michael Miner just creating a rack here. Did he drop? No, he didn't drop it.
Yes,
I don't think he did. I think he recovered it. I'll give him benefit of the doubt. I think he recovered it. He momentarily lost it. I think he recovered it.
There was a foot under there. I mean, if our producer could offer us that replay, there was a foot that really controlled that ball before it hit the ground.
Possibly. But with the time up, you'd have wanted Kabarak to make this a bit more interesting by keeping that possession. Substitution there by Kabarak. Bradford Kaluli being given a last play opportunity here for the students from Kabarak University to try and turn over this scrum, but they are paralyzed for not shoving straight. I think the Stallions keep possession here. Several missed tackles here from Stallion, from Kabarak, I beg your pardon.
That is Zulek Buyuni. Scores his second.
Dances his way to the try line here.
There's another celebration. It's indeed Try July. The boys are having fun out in the sun. It's Driftwood.
The boys are in town, as they say, Walter. The boys are in town.
Yes.
As we see Zolek Biuni just dancing his way through some poor defense here from Kabarak University. I would say poor tackle attempts. Zolek Biuni wins this one for Stallions Rugby. And it ends Stallions Rugby 19, Kabarak University 7.
A new game An interesting fixture. Masinde Muliro taking on Kenya Harlequins. What are your thoughts about this game?
Well, Masinde Muliro have a reputation for being a banana peel for anyone. On paper, be the team to beat meters. I think it's a turnover there by now. They lose it. They loses his footing there. Is that Paul Mutsami rather? Good offload by Must. Possession rugby here by Masinde Muliro. Now Kenya Harlequins have an opportunity to attack. And to end rugby here, 5 minutes. It's a line break, yes it is.
Matthew
Is it
Ouma.
Matthew
Ouma.
It is Matthew Ouma, yes. Matthew Ouma there with the fend and scores under the post. And with just under 5 minutes. Wow, that's a poor tackle attempt by Masinde Muliro, but Matthew Ouma will find that as scores under the post for Kenya Harlequins. It's a high kickoff here by Harlequins, but Masinde Muliro.
Isolated ball is stolen. Kenya Harlequins look to be busy at the breakdown. Rachel Wangila on the outside channel. Try time, Kenya Harlequins. That's if the referees give it a clean bill of health. Just clarity, I don't think that is a try. The try hasn't been awarded. Player was in touch. There in your picture there, the replay.
Yes,
Rachel Wangila
touch.
falling into touch before he grounded the ball. Alvin, that is Kaburu Veron. Kicks it.
There is the kick again.
Youngesa Dennis. Tricky customer. Remember, Kenya Harlequins are the defending champions of the Driftwood Sevens. So this is a team well seasoned. Attacks with flair. That opportunity is spanned.
That was Lucky Dewald. I think he kicked a possession there. Dewald.
Yes.
Maybe in that case, perhaps you would have said that they could have been a bit more patient and maybe just bring the ball back as opposed to kicking it into touch.
Yeah.
Or maybe he was trying to kick it for himself to chase there, but Dewald gives it away to Masinde Muliro. There's some confusion there whether it was out on the full.
Scrum 5.
I think it was a scrum. It's still a Kenya Harlequins ball. I think it touched. I think it was a knock on there. Oh. So Dewald has a second chance here, as a second bite to that opportunity. scrum here for Kenya Harlequins, about 15 meters out from the Masinde Muliro try line. Diwal comes out to the ball. It's a long miss pass there to Nyongesa Dennis. And he does the old school in and out. And it's a try there for Kenya Harlequins and Nyongesa Dennis.
Queens with their second. Queens look to have withered the storm, the early storm of the day, the early jitters, and are looking like they're figuring out the type of rugby they want to play.
Well, they are business-like, as we see that conversion attempt there by Amon Amalwa. They are, yes, he gets it off the post. You see that try from Dennis Nyongesa. They are business-like. They know what they need to do. There was a moment there by Diwal where he kicked out position, which perhaps was lucky to get that ball back, and eventually they got a try from there. And the kick off deep, it's a tactic here, Walter. Some teams choose to go deep and then put defensive pressure to get a turnover. But most are equal. Now, as I say that, there is a knock-on advantage here, the last play of the half. Look advantage for Kenya Harlequins. So that deep kickoff did help. Omalo kicks for himself. The kick and chase, yes, he gets it. Try time there by Amon Omalwa. Walter, the more we watch these games, the more the kick and chase is working.
Yes,
we
it
have
is.
to consider that statement about kicks.
I'll still stick with my strong argument that a kick is as good as its chase. Amon Omalwa there executed the kick perfectly. He went through.
Opposed to Diwal earlier, who had a poor execution. So when it's properly executed, then
if it's fumbled, then there is a problem when it comes to that.
Well, kick with a good bounce. Lucky Diwal. But in the case of this one, at halftime, 20.
Second half to strike back. We did talk about them being a banana peel. Kenya Harlequins have proven to be a solid block. They haven't given Masinde Muliro. They've offered nothing. It's time now for Masinde. 0 deficit. Roman Wamalwa with a trick play there at kickoff. Queens sparring. Queens looking like the business material. That is collateral damage. Yes, big tackle coming through, but a try scored nonetheless. Is it worth it? To the referee. Yeah, that goes to show they're also human. The speed of the game taking a toll. However, hopeful that the referee will be back on his feet. Definitely needed over the next couple of days. I thought that ball was tapped backwards. Yeah, quite strong. A kick is as good as its chaser. Kenya Harlequins showing class. That is Dave Moura. What is your opinion about the new Kabras kit? The new Kabras kit. Lame Kambetsa. Try time, Cabras. Lame Kambetsa going over for Cabras. Opening try. In your picture there as William Mwanji breaks through the line and then offloads to a non-coming full speed Lame Kambetsa. Taking the early chance in scoring the first try of the game. Sketty looking one side and opting to go the other. High restart, travels the required 10 meters. Quer lifting a player up but not getting the ball. The broken play. Kabras Sugar with their second try of the game. That is Kabras 12, Brian Mutua. Victor Otieno looking to add the extra 2 points for Kabras. Skirty with his routine. Restart is lost once again. Almost a replica of what just happened a few minutes ago. Ambeta swings it to Skirty to none other than number 23, Hilary Solano. Yeah, the winger was coming in for the ball as the pass was being sent out. Line out feed to the Catholic monks, quickly taken. But possession lost to Cabras, who gladly accept muscling his way to the floor. William Mwanji, but Lama Kambetsa losing the ball forward, killing that momentum by Cabras, who are definitely looking to dive over for their third. Monks with an opportunity to attack from their own half. Monks. Looking to at least score one, but they lose the ball. Going around in circles is Brian Mutua. Finally brought to the floor. Ball is recycled, no clear release. Quickly tapped. Lame Kambetsa taps, scores. Try time, Kabras. Lame Kambetsa 5 meters out, seizes the opportunity and scores a 5-pointer for Cabras. Jackson Siketi gets the extra 2 points on the scoreboard. Conversion is successful. Cabras Sugar 19, Monks 0. Tackle complete, player not releasing the ball. Penalty awarded to Cabras, slowing down the pace, looking to play the game at their own terms.
They'll feel confident to take this one, Cabras, but just taking the time here.
Remember, it's quite easy to be part and parcel of the SportPesa family. Just dial *79079 on your phone and follow the prompt details for you to be part and parcel of SportPesa. Hassan Wambani is isolated and the ball is lost forward. Kabras playing that advantage. Referee signals the end of the first half. The halftime score, Kabras Sugar 19, Catholic Monks 0. Nasikia njaa.
To SportPesa, our cabin partners.
Walter, you did ask about the British and Irish Lions. Obviously, I support the Wallabies. They've lost the series. I didn't get to watch the game because we're here keeping Kenyans. And I would argue the world in touch with the Kabeberi, Driftwood Sevens. I'm told it was a close game, 29-26 to the visiting British and Irish Lions. Perhaps
Second test.
Perhaps a good indication that the Wallabies had a better game this time.
Well, if having a better game in the second leg and not winning it is a win for the Wallabies, I mean, why not? You allowed them that opportunity.
I didn't say they won. I'm just saying that they gave a better account. Of course, the first game was.
But how many test matches are you going to have with the Lions?
It didn't look convincing. It didn't look. It's done. They won the series. I did mention that. I've acknowledged that they've won the series.
They've whooped every Australian team. Every Australian team. They've whooped the Wallabies twice. They're now about to do a whitewash. So it's a successful Lions tour. I don't like the Lions, so it's. I feel nothing for the two sides.
Well, we'd argue that the
knock-on. There's a knock-on.
The Wallabies are rebuilding. As we see that, yes, that was a knock-on, I think. As we see Black Blood here trying to get something out of this one. Once again, playing deep in the 22 Our Blood. I think that right now the Monks, at least 40 meters out. Cabras are penalized there for infringing, and the referee says the penalty wasn't taken on the mark. Cabras happy to slow this down with about 6 minutes, just under 6 minutes to go. In no particular rush.
They just want to go and get into the ice bath and and relax. The sun, has played a key part. They've had a decent run out today. The scoreline doesn't lie. I mean, there's quite a number of minutes left on the time for this second half, so we could see a ballooning scoreline. Look at how big that counteract has been. That's some solid scrummaging by Quer. They didn't disintegrate, and the referee allowed play to continue.
Yes, somehow they managed to.
But that's a knock-on now.
Stay in that scrum. And the player, I think, was trying to recover his knock-on there and was kicked. I would say not intentionally.
It wasn't intentional, clearly, from that.
Yes, but he seems
still dangerous play.
the referee gives the Cabras player benefit of the doubt there and allows play to go on. And to be fair, the players come up as well. It's a Cabras put in. Is that what Kesa at the end there? Just
Held
fighting
up.
his way. He's held up, yes, and it's 1 meter short. It's a scamp on the blind there.
Try time. Kabras. That is Otieno. Victor Otieno scoring Cabras Sugar's try. Starting the lead, bring the scores to Cabras Sugar 24, the Catholic Monks 0.
Skater Jackson with the conversion attempt. It goes wide. With this one looking comfortable, maybe Walter start looking at the last 8 tomorrow and how the pairings look like. We'll get that information shortly, but I think that's where you start seeing perhaps the pace going a bit higher and not as casual as what Cabras seem to be looking at.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you can see how they're playing. They're probably conserving some energy for tomorrow, knowing very well the business day, the business end of every matter Driftwood Sevens will be decided tomorrow. So that's a good tactic. Just get in the lead, avoid injuries, but still they will be ferocious in their tackling because Cabras Sugar, their DNA is all about big tackles, big carries. Look at how big that tackle is from Wekesa.
Yes, but it's off his feet.
Play off his feet, sealing
and
slowing down the play. That's a yellow card, definitely.
Yes, should be a yellow.
Playing dumb with the referee.
This is Ambetsa.
Lamek.
I think referee is right there to discipline those. Cynical by Lamek Ambetsa.
Unnecessary, really.
Yeah, should be removed from the game. This and the Monks choose to have a power play here. We are back to the power play, Walter. Again,
Yes.
it's a 3v3 in defense because they choose not to have the scrum off. So the Monks scrum off as a chance to come up to the ball here, but it's a big scrum from Cabras Sugar, and it sends where some 20 meters back towards the try line. Somehow they keep possession here, the Monks.
Going backwards. Cabras playing without a sweeper.
Oh, it's simple.
Jackson Siketi.
Possession
controlled very well, tapped backwards. Football skills.
It's painful to
Players
watch
held up.
sometimes. It's painful to watch, Walter, when just a simple pass and catch is not executed. And all of a sudden, you lose possession with 20 meters away from your try line when you have an easy, or what seems to be a comfortable scrum and possession, and now you have to defend.
Nondes KCB is our next game, and that promises to be a cracker.
Well, hopefully that will whet your appetite, just in case you've not already made your way here, or if you're fixing a cup of something. I know the temperature's a bit cooler up country. As we watch the Monks here trying to play out from 30 meters out of the try line. But Nondes versus Kenya Commercial Bank coming up next in about 20 seconds as Monks play with an advantage here from the referee, a knock-on advantage. I think that's the penalty advantage, actually. Yes, and the referee goes to his pocket. I think it will be another yellow card for Cabras. We'll finish with this one with 5 men, but Ambetsa, his yellow is just finished as well. So they'll swap here on the bench here. Ambessa and Litali Clinton do a swap on the Inoti chair. One comes in and the other goes back into the field. They're determined to finish here 6 versus 7, Cabras. Let's see whether the Monks can get something out of this one. If the ball can go to hand. It does go to hand, but they take it in the middle and then they lose possession. Cabras use their muscle up here, but they too also throw the ball over the head, but it goes backwards. As we see Cabras keeping the attack here going. Samuel Amolo, that is. Amolo steps back in, goes to the floor. Patrick Clever there. Amolo again back, doing the double power play. It's a double play there by Amolo. He's in the try line. He's in. I think he's lost it.
It's a double movement. Or it's a try.
I think it's a try, but if I just consulting with his assistant there, and they tell me that's a try.
We have the valuable replay. It went off his feet. Should have released. Not held.
But it wasn't held. He says. Yeah. Says it wasn't held there. So.
Eric that's Cantona, a try. You're allowed one motion.
You're allowed one motion, yes, but as long as it's not held, and he's just a few meters. I mean, it's rather a few inches to the try line. He can't make that attempt to score. So Eric Cantona is allowed to score there as Cabras are convincing winners here, 29-0 against the Catholic University.
My assessment is we've not seen the real Cabras. This last game has been a pale shadow of themselves. Maybe conserving energy for tomorrow, or probably just not trying to go all out.
They can only play what's in front of them, Cabras, and with all those errors from the Queer Monks, there's only so much Cabras can do. So they can only play what's in front of them, and they pace themselves depending on their position. So they were efficient, as you said earlier, and perhaps there'll be a bit more challenge for them in the first game tomorrow morning. I would say Cabras are qualified for, because they won all their games. Won against Impala, I think it was, Nakuru, and now the Catholic Monks. So they are through to the quarterfinals, Cabras, as we wait to see who they play. But in front of you here, in the magnificent grounds of the Mombasa Sports Club, Kenya Commercial Bank take on Nondes.
This should be an interesting one.
It should be. I don't think I've Nondes ever won Driftwood Sevens tournament, by the way.
No.
I think we need to check that. 103 years old.
Maybe
Nondes,
1901 or something.
Surely they've won at Driftwood Sevens. But maybe not in the recent years. At least during Walter's time.
Yeah, they've won Sepetuka Sevens. That I have seen.
I think that's the last Sevens tournament they won, and perhaps before that, I haven't won in a long time. But
Anyala, Olukusi looking for contact, running with intent, and once you shy off taking the contact, Olukusi offloads. That is Festus Shiasi. Awaits the defense. Try time, KCB. Manuel Opondo adding the extra 2 points, KCB 7. An offload there by Elvis Olukusi leads to the opening try by Festus Shiasi.
We did talk up this as an interesting clash between the two teams, but that seems like wasn't too difficult a try there.
Yeah. One would be thinking that maybe that last game, the Nondes game, that really was it was a tight one. The Nondes game, previous game that they've played, it really sucked the energy out of the Nondes team. It was a really hard battle for Nondes towards the final whistle.
Well, from the outside, it's a bit easier for us to evaluate. KCB look a bit fitter here than
They look ready.
Than Nondes, and he gets his second try there. Shiasi Festus. It's a show and go there by Festus Shiasi. It's a simple passing, low.
So what KCB has done is they've denied Nondes the balls because they know Nondes with ball in hand, that would be, I mean, they would definitely, as the conversion sails over, Emmanuel Opondo getting the extra 2. So Nondes have had no ball whatsoever, so we can't really tell where Nondes are. However, KCB are executing so well, so every opportunity they get. So now Nondes are playing catch-up. You see, the point of restart, KCB are retaining possession. So that means Nondes have nothing. KCB have been perfect in this half. Elvis Olukusi once again running with intent. Big Elvis Olukusi.
I think there's an obstruction there.
Here,
yes, there
an
was
opportunity now for Nondes to have ball in hand.
Well, this is interesting. Whether they'll try and play out from their 22 or go for a set-piece line-out. But I think as we evaluate how KCB are scoring their tries, they are also, of course, you can see the efficiency here when you compare perhaps KCB and some of the teams. The passes are going to hand. The likes of Olukusi at the edges, they're just doing their business, stepping back in, not getting bundled into touch. And if you put a weak hand there and a weak shoulder of the size of Olukusi, you have to show some respect. Otherwise, that is the line break. As I say that, the big man knocks on. I think that pass was too low for his height, Walter.
Yeah, he had gone for that challenge in the air. Nondes now with first hint of possession. KCB challenging them at the scrum. Fidence. Isolation there, the breakdown. And there you have it, Oscar. Every opportunity to challenge, KCB have put their hand up. And that's a halfback, actually.
Yes, I would have thought the winger there would probably just move from the 15, like I said earlier, from the 15 towards the 5, and perhaps try to use some evasive skills to get away from the defender. As we see KCB score the try there. I think is that a try? I think.
Yeah, that's Jenkins Kipruto.
Kipruto there looks to have just jinxed his way to a try line. Just as I was perhaps asking more from the Nondes winger. Not sure who's at the wing for Nondes. Usually it's Nyaenya Museti who's usually there, but I was just saying earlier, Walter, that if sometimes you get an opportunity if you from the 15, if you set off from the 15 and especially using your speed towards the 5 and perhaps then look up and see whether they can step back in, look for the inside player coming in or look for a lazy catch-up defender. It gives your team a bit more momentum that way as opposed to just running straight to a bigger opponent, as KCB kick off with Olukusi. Seemed to have tapped that back but he Nondes still managed to get it back.
You can see the governor of the county of Mombasa just making his way onto the venue.
Well, I hope his entry didn't interrupt Shisia Fred there, because that was an enforced error by Shisia. As we see
all this is action happening outside the pitch. And all this is happening courtesy of SportPesa, who are part and at the heart of the National 7th Circuit this year.
Well, the bunkers seem to be in control of this one as they launch yet another attack with a few seconds to go for first half. Again, winger sort of seems to have had my call there from 15 to 5, 5 to 15, and stepping back in as Onyala carries in the middle here. The KCB, and they go back again to the short side.
Huta sounds.
That looks like a knock-on from Shiasi there, Festus. We did say earlier that they were a bit more efficient with the handling, but
that is half-time.
Yeah, the handler team, Shiasi down there. So half-time scores, KCB in control here, 19 points to 0 from Nondes. KCB kickers for the second half here. Did I go 10? It did, referee says, so it's a knock on there by Nondes. A scrum for KCB about 60 meters away from the Nondes try line. Jenkins Kipruto with a scrum put in here. Comfortable scrum here by KCB.
Emmanuel Opondo playing at fly-off, can play at scrum-off. Floyd Wabwire. It's try time, KCB. A man who knows his way to the try line.
You know, what's interesting here is that I think 3 of these tries from KCB have come off from missed tackles, and it's multiple missed tackles. The winger at the edge or the player at the edge just steps back in, and there's flailing arms here from the Nondes defense. And a couple of the players in the field have been guilty about that.
Yeah, KCB have been dominant. Remember, they've been challenging them both at ruck time, scrum time, and of course at line-out time. So Nondes have not had a comfortable taste of the ball. I mean, all the ball that they've had has either been under pressure or they've lost possession. You see that? So the story of the first half continues in the second half. KCB remains strong with the highest percentage of the possession. KCB once again shifting the ball. Vincent Onyala tackled. Nondes at least putting in the effort defensively.
This is coming from a kickoff, Walter. They scored the try, kicked off. Onyala,
player not rolling away,
tapped the ball back, and KCB still have possession.
Yes.
So since that try that was scored by Wabwire Floyd, KCB still have possession.
Yes, they do. The only possession Nondes have had is actually that scrum feed. in the first half, towards the end of the first half.
They are dropping off tackles here, Nondes, and it's costing them dearly because all the tries that have been scored so far, a good number of them have come off from missed tackles. As we see the entry of Dominic Sunday from
Vincent Onyala feeding off that beautiful offload.
This time they tackle.
Players offside. Referee inclined to award an advantage to KCB. That is what is called milking a penalty from the referee. Vincent Onyala looks one direction, steps the other. Bob Muhati. Bob Muhati, big wrecking Bob. Bob Muhati scores.
Walter, when is the best time to stop a moving train?
When it has stopped.
I think the best time is not to let it start in the first place. And Bob Muhati there, just running through there like a rampaging train there, Bob Muhati with...
So they have Bob on one edge and they have Olukusi on the other edge. So they're striking on both sides. That means Nondes have to put in the shoulders.
Well, of course, with somebody like the size of Bob and Olukusi, just do your best to go as low as you can. They are, after all,
some ball for Nondes.
Quite bulky players here as Nondes.
Little precious
keep
possession.
Some possession, yeah.
The battle of the Lions. Red vs green. Moseti Nyaenya looking to test Onyala on the outside. Kicks.
I think there's a foul play there by Onyala.
That's a late tackle off the ball.
That should be some caution there, yes. I think will be some consultation.
If it becomes a yellow card, it's a decision he gave the referee to make. If it's a penalty only, because the ball was kicked forward and you go to where the ball bounced off. And Nondes having a sniff of the KCB half, this second half.
Yeah, Martin Juma, they are trying to work out something, but I think they'll be hard pressed here, Nondes, to catch up with that score with 2 minutes, just over 2 minutes to go. KCB making it very difficult for Nondes in that scrum. As we see Nyaenya there barely making any meters, but this time at least he keeps possession. Martin Juma trying to go short to the blind there, but he's well taken care of by the KCB defense. I think that's Nyaenya with the playing off the rack. Amaitsa coming in the middle there. But I don't think that is somewhere you want to contest KCB as Olukusi. Not only does he tackle him, but comes out and takes a turnover. Nyaundi there with the play back to Kusi. He does carry Kusi again. Takes about 3 or 4 players to get him down, but he loses possession. Amaisa for Nondes. That Nyaenya kicks ahead. Nyaenya. This is where we question whether the kick is as good as the chase.
The chase isn't good. As bad.
Yes,
that is offside.
No, yeah, it is offside. Yes, I think it should. Well, he should have asked the referee there.
If the ball was out,
yes,
that's a trick.
It was good defense. It was good defense from KCB. It's good recovery, rather. Good scramble defense from KCB, and the ball seemed to be out, but the referee says no, it wasn't. And Nondes are penalized. And of course, KCB deliberately, or at least with the opportunity of substitution, slow this down just that 1 notch lower as Olukusi comes off.
KCB on the attack. Looking to go 80 meters. Nyaundi. Sunday. There is Sunday on his debut, Dominic.
Good run by Sunday there, Dominic, but you would say also it was a poor tackle attempt by Nyaenya. An easy fend for Dominic Sunday, goes all the way under the posts. And I think it's been a game of missed tackles here, as you see that one.
That was Nyaenya Moseti.
Moseti there.
And that is the full-time.
The wicked tackle attempt there.
Yeah. KCB getting the job done. 3 out of 3 on match day 1. Mixed reaction, mixed bag of reaction from the KCB end. Tested very well by the Catholic monks. But passing with flying colors versus Nondes. Perfect day for KCB. Sum it up for KCB.
Yeah, I think actually it was Daystar that did push them as well. But yeah, I would say this seemed to be an easy one for KCB in the end. And you'd say they are contender. The way they look, solid, comfortable. The big boys mixing it up with the ones with the backs in the middle. KCB looking like they're going to have something to say about the tournament tomorrow. Walter.
Yeah, KCB have something to say tomorrow. Well, we could categorize KCB as one of the favorites because they've done 3 out of 3 on match day 1. There's nothing that holds us back.
Correct. I mean, we are after all only commentators. We can give our own view. As we see the governor of Mombasa there.
One of the dignitaries is His Excellency Governor Swamad Sharif Nasir. The big man from Mombasa County, 001. This is Strathmore taking on the Menengai Oilers. In your background there, you can see Tuscany Rugby, Kenya Milele, Amara, part of the sponsorship crew, part of the sponsors who've come through in a big way for Mombasa Sports Club. Many thanks to SportPesa, Asante sana SportPesa for coming through as the overall circuit sponsor, enabling this stream far and wide, courtesy of SportPesa. And remember, for you to join SportPesa, if you're within the Republic, just dial star 79079 hash. Follow the prompts. Part and parcel of what is the best platform. But most importantly, remember to gamble responsibly. Nijo. Mola going to track back this. Now, Oscar, I wanted to get your opinion about these two sides. They are not top cream de la cream, yes, but they are sort of evenly balanced on paper, well coached. In terms of sevens, they are somewhere up top there.
Yes, you would say that. The two coaching teams, we argue, are decent, well-experienced coaching personnel. But the players themselves as well are well-balanced. As we see there, I think it's a penalty for Strathmore, and they choose to go for a scrum. So tactically, they seem to have some tactical awareness, both teams. And it would be good to see how these two different tactical approaches helps either of them. I would say this one is evenly matched here, Walter.
This is where you could say it's really evenly matched. Ball lost forward there, Elton Amalemba. Bildo Dogeta running through the top of Brian Mwendwa. Dennis Abukuse weaving his way through the defensive line. Tackler rolls away, but the juggler not successful. Fortunaturo. Oilers opting to play away from their own half, kicking it forward. A kick and chase. Battle ensues.
I was just about to say that earlier, that I've seen both of these teams kick, and you know, I watched them earlier in the day, and Strathmore also at the Rough and Tough tournament, and they use those kicks, especially when they feel that the opposition is a bit, they feel the pressure from the opposition. They choose then to sacrifice possession and win over the territory, and then put pressure here on defense. So we expect to see some pressure here from Oilers in defense as Strathmore try to play out from here. Will they kick themselves? No, they choose to run it here as we see.
They'll probably be forced to kick, because running it 80 wouldn't be.
Yeah, play back here, Victor Mola.
From this instance, if they have a line break, then it's an easy try.
Correct.
However, it's quite a daunting task to think that you would easily break the Oilers' defensive line from your own 22. Well, let's see if Strath are able to do that.
Don't seem to mind.
It's always risk-reward. There you have it, turnover.
No.
Referee allows play to continue. Oilers shifting point of contact. That is Gabriel Aimba. Kipchirchir versus Gabriel. Gabi steps. Gabi, clear highway to the try line. Kipchirchir did so well to catch up with Brian Aimba, Gabriel Aimba, in that first instance. However, just the smartness of Gabi, the agility, the experience in the young man.
Well, it's high risk, high reward here, Walter, and you have to not just use brute force, but also use some rugby intellect here. And this run shows here that Gabriel Aimba has got something more between his ears. Pulls the jets there and steps back off his left foot, and then saunters in for what seems like an easy try under the post. But he wasn't, because Kipchirchir had his number in terms of pace there. But Gabi had his number in terms of rugby in that moment. They choose to go deep. Strathmore, it pays off. They kick deep, put pressure, and it pays off.
Now, this fixture has been the final of Embu Rugby Sevens for quite a while, and I've always had an opportunity to see the attitude of the Strathmore Leos team whenever they take on Menengai Oilers. These guys are always adamant that Oilers can't beat them.
It happens, isn't it? Every team feels that their particular sides that they play against, they feel confident that perhaps they always have a chance to win. It's an attitude thing. And if you look at it also in terms of the history of the Embu Sevens, which has been a pre-season tournament in the past, this season, of course, it's part of the 7 series. And most of the time, I think these two teams have been exchanging wins. Earlier, I think Oilers have always gone to the tournament, and Strathmore. And both coaches, of course, know each other very well. So, yes, it's no surprise that this will be a contest. Expect a fight back here from Oilers. They won't take this lying down. Expect them to fight as well. As Strathmore penalized here for coming to the side. Menengai Oilers chooses to kick downfield and trust their set piece line out.
Knock on there on the floor there by the Menengai Oilers. Oilers handing back position to Strathmore. Strathmore gladly accepting the gift. And this should be a threat to the Menengai Oilers.
Toronto will want to go into the half with this lead. The kick and chase, there we go. Here we go with the kick and chase.
The bounce.
Oh, is that a knock on? No.
Nah, it wasn't
just
a knock
pass.
on.
No. Oh, just. Oh no.
Yeah.
Well, he had an opportunity. I think he had a player on the outside. I thought he would have just simply passed. Oh.
No, just placed the ball on the ground, a rack, and then the ball is shifted out wide. But near miss. Those are the margins. The halftime score, ladies and gentlemen, Strathmore 7, Menengai Oilers 0.
Can be frustrating, but it is what it is.
Yes, it is. Pictures there of the SportPesa National 7th Circuit 2025 Driftwood 7s. Nijola Maitsa kicks us off in the second half. Long, hanging, wristed, and a kick and chase.
The try.
Foot race ensues, and that is try time. Strathmore Leos, Brian Mwendwa. Staying alive. They say fortune favors the brave. Mwendwa chased down that kickoff. And there in your picture, he earned a 5-pointer for the Strathmore Leos. Bring the scores to Strathmore Leos 12, the Menengai Oilers 0.
Some heads-up rugby there from Strathmore. That's beautiful to watch there. With some good spatial awareness there, Mwendwa, just to make sure the ball is placed down just before the line.
Oilers chasing down a 2-try deficit. That's a player off his feet possession.
That should be a penalty. Not rolling away, but the referee says the ball is available.
For Chonaturo. Ball is lost backwards by Dennis Abukuse. Referee allows play to continue. Tackle is complete now. Player not releasing. Dennis Abukuse taps quickly, looking to carry the Menengai Oilers on his back. Looking to attack from deep. Builder Dogeta. Taken there, rolls 1, 2, 3 times. Hint of an offside there, but the referee plays on with the match. Big carry, but lost forward. Fortunaturo embracing himself for contact. But losing the ball forward. The most important thing being the ball in hand. Fortunaturo spills the ball forward, the scrum now for the Strathmore Leos. I've had a list of my favorites on match day 1. I have Kenya Harlequins. I have KCB. I have Kabras Sugar. And I have Strathmore Leos. Who do you have in your top 4? In no specific order.
Well, it would be difficult to ignore those teams who have won all their games in day 1. But while I don't have all the permutations in front of me, I would like to know where Daystar University are placed, in addition to the ones that you just mentioned. With 3 minutes and about 20 seconds to go here, you'd think that Oilers have to score next if they want to have a say in this game, but the possession here is with Strathmore.
Elton Amalemba bumping off Kipchirchir, passing it to Victor Mola, who loses the ball forward. Referee pulls play back, scrum down to the Strathmore Leos. Arnold Agonda goes onto the pitch. Off goes Elton Amalemba. Out comes Barnabas Owur. Arnold drops to the scrum half position. Samuel Fuller also making his way onto the pitch. Brian Mwendwa is first receiver at the fly half. Nijo is at the center position, and Victor Mola on the outside, that is on the wing. Kipchirchir takes on Strath. Player not releasing. Oilers, Makoha passing it to Havoli to Abukuse once again, charging and doing what he does best, scoring tries, try time. Menengai Oilers. Dennis Suchi Abukuse in your picture there, receiving a pass, shrugging off the first defender, second defender, Shkoli, and the sweeper, fresh off the bench, Muita, couldn't stop the rampaging train. You spoke about stopping a train. How do you stop Abukuse in that position?
Don't let it start moving in the first place. It's the best way to stop a train. I think the principle there is to kill the space very quickly in defense with good line speed. Don't allow the player to get momentum there. I think Abukuse there I think it was a switch. I think he could have switched there.
Yes.
So he was able to be evasive, but those are poor tackle attempts, you'd say, from Strathmore. They would want to do better. But the conversion didn't go over, so with 45 seconds to go here.
Still a 2-try game.
You would think, yes, Oilers will have to score twice. Strathmore need the clock here. like a knock-on. Yes, it is. It looked like a good carry there by Oilers. This was Belted Ogeta there who broke the defense, but his covering teammate just knocked on. Strathmore, I think I've taken this one, Walter, and while Oilers still look good enough to go into the last 8, of course with the last final permutations coming through, that last tackle there didn't look very...
Yeah, that's the last play. Took a chance there with a slow clearance and paid the price. And that brings us to the tail end of match day 1.
Glaciers Owinos having none of that.
Division 1. Oscar, we've had so much rugby to open up the SportPesa National 7 Circuit match day 1 as the Menengai Oilers and the Strathmore Leos draws curtains to match day 1. The experience of having this event, what are your thoughts about the quality of rugby that we've had to watch today? I know many of them are dusting their boots, just trying to come back to sevens rugby, transitioning of course from the 15 side to the sevens. An opportunity for these players to refresh their minds. Quality of rugby this
I think for starters, obviously, is the gulf of difference in quality. I mean, on one hand, you have a seemingly comfortable KCB, and then on the other, with all due respect to the likes of Kabarak and Stallions, who have a lot more to deal with, not just strong opponents and more experienced opponents, but also lots of enforced errors from their side. That makes just the game just a bit more difficult. And then on the other end, also you've seen teams that seem a bit more conditioned. Again, you talk about the likes of the same KCB as well, who seem that to be at the comfortable end of their conditioning, and perhaps not as conditioned as the others. Some players don't look the part in terms of the series so far. Remember, it's just the first tournament, so you will see a bit of a slow movement. But I think for me that is what I've noticed, that and you can't avoid, of course, having the likes of Mombasa Sports Club and Kabarak and Stallions here with us. But then again, there's a gulf in quality. National team players, people like Cabras, having national team players makes a difference for them. And they too also, just like KCB, look quite well conditioned. But it's only day 1. There's day 2 to come. If you have that same KCB perhaps playing Strathmore, that will be an interesting encounter to measure whether that fitness is good enough. Strathmore have also shown a rugby of weight here, some intelligent rugby as well, keeping the ball within the field, as opposed to other teams where you see players being bundled into touch. So everything is on the pot here.
Yes, everything.
From day 1.
Everything is in the pot. It has been a very, very good ride on match day 1. We have had a perfect day. I'm looking at what has been presented in front of you guys. The stadium is full. In your picture there, the fans just catching a glimpse of the afternoon session of the SportPesa National 7 Circuit. Would like to thank our sponsor, SportPesa, for coming through in a big way. Thank you so much, Live Eye, for being part and parcel of this production team. Thank you so much to our producer and everyone else working behind the scenes to make sure that we bring you the games live and free on YouTube, on the SportPesa YouTube page. Thank you so much. I've been your host. My name is Walter Orangi, and joined by Oscar Osir for match day 1. It's a pleasure having you on this ride, when we hope to catch you again tomorrow as we crown the winner of the 2025 SportPesa National 7 Circuit, Driftwood Sevens.
What does it mean to beat the odds? It's about courage, belief, and seizing every opportunity that comes your way. Kwa world ya betting, it's not just about taking risks. Ni kuturn challenges into triumphs. Behind every win, kuna jani iko filled with dreams, determination, and defying the odds. Meet some of our incredible winners who dared to dream big and turn their bold bets into extraordinary wins. These are real people who took on the big challenge and came out on top. Their stories remind us that as SportPesa, we are made of winners. Na sisi ni factory ya mamillionaire. With every bet, unakaribia the big mega seat. So, uko ready to beat the odds hii season? Enda pale ke.sportpesa.com. Ukwe the next mega millionaire. Karibu SportPesa. Beat the odds. Shinda sasa. What does it mean to beat the odds? It's about courage, belief, and seizing every opportunity that comes your way. Kwa world ya betting, it's not just about taking risks. Ni kuturn challenges into triumphs. Behind every win, kuna jani iko filled with dreams, determination, and defying the odds. Meet some of our incredible winners.
Masani ya saa 8 napiga ka walk pale mtaani kidogo, naona bezi ya kudishi. Very nice, very nice. Ndo mimi huyo nikaingia tu pole pole, then nikajiposition. Waiter akakam nijenge mega. Ati mega? Waiter akashtuka. Kama customer pia wanashtuka. Wanashtuka nini? Nipe mlima. Wakaanda. Ndo hiyo kidogo imelandi. Indio dishi, indio mega. Kuna pale kasol, kachumbi, nini. Nikaiposition vizuri. Nikaanza. Indio mega, indio jackpot.
SportPesa Mega Jackpot. Sasa iko over 400 million Kenya shillings. What does it mean to beat the odds? It's about courage, belief, and seizing every opportunity that comes your way. Kwa world ya betting, it's not just about taking risks. Ni kuturn challenges into triumphs. Behind every win, kuna jani iko filled with dreams, determination, and defying the odds. Meet some of our incredible winners who dared to.
Wadau, ukijishindia midweek jackpot ya SportPesa ya over 10 million Kenya shillings, unaweza fanya nini nayo? Our winner of today ameamua ni Nondes.
Kwa majina kamili naitwa Dennis Kwekurir, natoka pande wa Kericho. Mimi ni mkulima. Nilicheza midweek jackpot 2. Sasa ya kwanza nikaanalyze kabisa, nikaangalia kabisa, nikachukua mazao. Ya kwanza nikapata moja. Lakini ya pili nikaona sasa wacha nisikuwe na tension sana. Nikajiachilia, nikaangalia sasa pole pole, nikaona kweli itakuwa hii, alafu ikakuwa namna hiyo. Ile ushindi nilipata ilikuwa ni 10 million. Mkianza tu hii kazi ya SportPesa ndio nikakuwa karibu na nyinyi. Nimekuwa nikishinda bonuses. Niliwahi kushinda 32,000, nimepata 7,000. Ndio sasa nikafikia kwa hii sasa kiwango hii nimefika. Sasa nilikuwa nimeenda chini kidogo kifedha. Sasa hii ikaingia kwa wakati, kwa sababu itaniboost kabisa kwa maisha. Sasa hii tukitoka hapa Kidhunguri sasa direct nione ng'ombe. Kama nitachukua 2 ama 3, itabidi sasa niende niongeze kashamba ya kusaidia kwa mambo ya chakula ya ng'ombe. Sasa lakini mimi nataka ile over sasa, ile nitakuja hapa sasa ni 100 ya mega. Sasa ndio mimi nataka.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Pesa ndio hii. Asante. Very nice. Nimeshukuru. Ng'ombe ya baba. Gei. Leo hapa.